is a chatbot, but I can become the chatbot. I shouldn't make noise like that, but okay. Nah. You're a little sensitive, but it's fine. Okay. Sorry. On the microphone a little bit just to kind of get it closer. Oh, right, I have to go in the streams. Oh, hey.
Hello. This is me entering to warn you that your computer has been infected with fartware.
Excuse me?
Your computer has been infected with fartware.
Okay. Why? And how?
Because you downloaded something very sketchy.
What did I download?
You should know.
I don't know what I downloaded. I didn't download anything.
Are you sure? Hmm.
I don't trust you now? What are you implying?
The hardware has been injected.
Okay. Are you mad I didn't read the fanfic? Is that why this is...
No, I'm just me. No, I'm just being a nuisance.
Oh, okay, you're scared. Don't scare me. I'm worse than Amelie when it comes to tech shit. Don't be telling me that shit. Like, what did I do? I may have changed my avatar because I couldn't make it a chatbot, so I just tried to see what it looked like when I'm talking through him. He's kind of cute when he
You want me
talks.
to? I mean, if you want me to get you paranoid about computer security, most viruses nowadays are deactivated most of the time, especially if you open the task manager.
Yeah.
So there's basically once you've been infected, there's almost no way to know that you have been infected.
Gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
Oh well.
Most of the right now is zombie computers, which are literally they don't do anything until they call them to do something.
Oh yeah, they're like a sleeper agent kind of virus thing.
Yep.
I
Yep.
think you'll notice it if you do stuff like you'll notice like it's going slow or issues occur. But I don't go on sketchy websites. I regret downloading things for streaming, but I don't think they were bad because like they had good views and everybody else seemed to use them. So
I know. I was just teasing you.
yeah, I was role playing with Rowan, but then he's the one that chose this late at night, and then he's all like, "Me sleepy, brain dead," and I'm like, "Okay, I guess no more. I guess we don't get to continue story."
Mm-hmm.
Like meanie.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, didn't do much today. I didn't get up till super late. I went to Costco. I got gas and car. I was sad because I saw on
Mm-hmm.
TikTok there was some cute plushies for sale at Costco, and I could not. I found two of them, but not the one I wanted. They were like mascot plushies holding like mascot items, and one would be a dragon holding the Tabasco bottle. I could not find him. I found a unicorn holding Fruit Loops, and I'm like, no, I don't want that. I want Dragon. And then I found the Pokemon cards, the Halloween one, but they were $35. I'm like, hell no. That's too pricey. So I just got a dollar slice of pizza and a 78 cents soda. Like, well, I spent like 20 bucks in gas and like $3
Mm-hmm.
for lunch. That's all I did.
which is Big Ballad.
Yeah, it
I
was.
need to I need to feed my Neopets.
Oh, feed them, yes. Don't let them die. Or they
Yeah,
get.
they don't die again.
I know they never
But
die, but you just feel guilty because they give you that look, that
uh,
sassy. I'm starving, mommy. Why aren't you
how
feeding me?
have I showed you my Neopets? I think I did.
I think you did at one point, yeah.
Mm-hmm. I got a new one. Like I got a Moroccan sea bunny.
Ooh, nice.
Yep, and I turned my Milka originally from like a baby Shoryu into a Moroccan Aisha.
You have a Moroccan fetish, don't you? you,
Wait, what? No.
you like the aquas, don't you?
No?
You already have two. You just said.
I have two because like one I like the design and two Moroccan paintbrushes are expensive as fuck.
Oh yeah, that's
So
the
it's
whole
more
point. Those things are really expensive, yeah.
no, but like most of my colors, well, some of my colors were like around like from 3 million to 5 million neo points. A Moroccan paintbrush goes at minimum as 10 million neo points if you find it cheap.
Jesus. I guess they really haven't
They're
changed
very
much of their
expensive.
economy. Yeah, it's like it's still kind of expensive.
Hmm. And this is not counting the value on the colors that you can't get with paintbrushes. Like the special colors, like my alienation, that's alien color.
Oh yeah.
That you can only get that one with Labre.
Yep, that's a Labray one.
Hmm. And I have one, so I'm very happy about that.
I think somebody made a list a while back with the hardest colors to get. I think the hardest one is
Mhm.
the MSRP the pug thing, because it's only through the Labray.
Oh yeah, it's like the evil poo
Yeah, it's
one.
Eagle
Yeah.
Poogle, but it's only through the Labray, and apparently the rare one is the unconverted one.
An
Hey, Eustace.
unconverted evil poogle, unconverted. That will be
Yes.
the rarest.
Yep, they can get you a lot of money if you have it. You want to sell it on your account. So it's like,
Mhm.
holy shit. Because you can't
I
put in the
really-
pound.
Oh my god, I really don't want to get into unconverted trading. It's just UC trading is just such a pain.
I wouldn't know. I don't trade, but
I mean, I can explain to you the process because I do
oh,
know
I
the
know how you
process.
do it. Yeah, it's you have to like plan it accordingly. You drop them off in the pound and make sure the other account gets it quickly.
There's already a transfer method.
Oh, there's actually a better method. Okay, I remember back in the day it was you
Yeah.
had to just basically pray that no one else swiped it or sniped it after you.
They added transfer, which you can trade.
Oh, okay, that's easier.
Mhm. Yep. And originally there was like a limit of how many you could transfer depending of the level of the time your account existed.
Gotcha.
But that limit.
We're talking about Neopets, so.
Yep. Like I can talk a lot about Neopets. I like Neopets.
I
I
did.
had very little exposure to
That's
Neopets.
weird, because you were like a computer junkie, right? Like, I'm surprised you
Yeah,
didn't play
but we were
Neopets.
I know, but I was still like we were on AOL and that was about it.
Um,
I grew up during dial up on Ancient.
I grew up doing dial-up too, and I still play Neopets.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
have
but I
fond
also didn't have a
memories
good
of
computer.
going to
I
my
could barely
grandma's
run AOL.
house. We would go to my grandma's house, and her computer had the original, the dial-up sound, the G G G G do do do
Yeah,
do do
that's
do.
how I always yep.
But she was lucky because hers actually had a unique dial-up, so like you could still call her phone though.
Oh, that's awesome.
Because I know at my dad's and my mom's house, when we plugged in the internet, you had to unplug the main phone line. My
Yeah,
dad
because
didn't.
they
My dad didn't mind it because he didn't get any many phone calls, and he actually hated getting the spam calls. So I would just go on. The moment we get home from school, I would just plug in the internet and just turn off the phone.
That's awesome.
That was the best way to get rid of robocalls, man. Was just tell your kid go online.
Oh my. But yeah, like the thing with unconverted pets is has to be more with the value of unconverted pets, you know?
Gotcha.
Mainly because like there's like desirable unconverteds and not desirable. Then there's the name economy if they have like a cool
Oh yeah,
name,
that's
you
another
know?
thing too. Yeah, because like some names, I remember when I played it, God, 20 plus years ago. the names were like some of the cool names were already taken, and you couldn't get any of the cool names. It was just you were just out of
Mm-hmm.
luck.
So you needed to like trade for them. Like there was like the economy of like painted with the names, like random names, real worlds, fitting names, real names. You know.
I mean,
Again, it's the
I
whole
didn't
thing with like the one
honestly.
name
I
Bob.
didn't really care about the names. Like, I would just nickname mine whatever, and then if they had like a weird long name, like Sprinkles Forever underscore X21 X, you just would call them Sprinkles.
Mhm.
You know, like that. That's what
Yep.
didn't matter.
I have one called X Christina underscore Darling X. Also, my Marraquan bunny is called Water underscore Snuggle.
Aw. Like I said, when I used to play, and before I quit near the end there, I used to like have one slot or two slots free for pets, and I would just go to the pound, adopt some like crappy pet,
Yeah.
and then I would zap them with the labray a few times so they turn into like some kind of rare
Mhm.
color or rare species, and then drop 'em
Mhm.
back in the pound.
Yep.
Oh,
That's
you're
I
the
wouldn't
old.
sell it. I wouldn't sell it. No, I was giving them away for free because it was fun. Because like I just want to zap them, see what I could do.
yeah. That's a Labrador.
That's always fun.
I don't have the. If
I,
you want to know, I don't have the Labray unlocked.
I got it for all my accounts. That was like one of my goals when I made multiple accounts was to get the lab rate for each account because I think when I first played, you could get most of the lab pieces for free just wandering the website. Then you could buy most of them. There's always like one or two pieces that were like super expensive. Like
Yeah.
they would cost like I think most of the pieces cost like 10,000 gold, and you're like, oh, you can afford that. And then it would be like one piece would cost you like 2 million or 3 million, so that would be the hard piece to get.
Yeah.
But you just get it randomly, like you just click around the website and you might get a random piece, so you get most of it pretty fast.
Mhm. Just the drop rates now are like pretty low, so it's
I know.
kind of worth it.
Like I said, that was my only. I remember that was the only thing when I realized was the lab ray was probably your best purchase. Don't
Mm-hmm.
zap a pet you like, but just zap
Don't
them.
stop a pet you like.
Yeah.
Don't Stopping a pet you like is like such like
Oh, it's
RNG.
risky. It's risky, especially when I used to hate when it would give you shitty zaps, like it would change their gender or it would just give them like stats, and I'm like, I don't
Take away.
fight, I don't battle, so the stats were useless. Like it goes, oh, it increased their intelligence or increase their defense. You're like, fuck you, just give me a new color or species.
Even if you fight, you don't want to zap your pets because it can also take it away.
Yeah, that's true.
Again, like I do have like one of my pets kinda trained, it's still like non-max trained. It's my Christina Darling. She has like 113 for attack, strength, 115 for defense, 39 in movement, and 271 for intelligence. And her HP is 113.
Sounds pretty beefy.
Yeah, but like I said, Neopets, you don't really. The battle stadium is kind of shit. It was never that good.
No, yeah, it's kind of
Well,
fun originally if you do manage to like get to the point where you can actually fight.
Yeah, it
It's
would.
the
You had to zap your pet quite a lot, or do a lot of the, like, give them a lot of
training,
items and training to get them to a point where you can actually challenge like the NPCs in the arena.
which is so gross.
Like I said, it wasn't worth it for a kid. When I was a kid, I was like to grind. It was just stupid. I was like, no, I would just play the games. I would role play. That's all I used to
Me,
do. I would draw.
also.
I
makes
used to
sense.
make I used to make adoptables. That was always fun.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not mad because you had to get points. You used to have to like post in forums and stuff, and yeah,
The hard part was just
you had
getting the
to
points for the
interact. I couldn't just
games.
lurk.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I missed this year's Altador Cup from my Neopets break. I always miss the Altador Cup, but that's because like my team never wins. So
Oh yeah, you pick like one team. If they win, you get stuff. It's like, yep.
yeah, you get extra points for them. So like, yeah,
Yeah.
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 Also, I do check Modern Neo now that I managed to get like an account there.
I just
More than
remember
retail.
I stopped playing Neopets when they sold it to Viacom and Nickelodeon, and then it kind of went downhill.
Like they like spend a lot, which like Yeah, it was fun. I entered Neopets when it was that time.
See, I was before that. I was in the golden era of Neopets. Hell,
I
I
was.
was in the pre era, and then I quit for a while when I was a kid, like little one, and then I came back like a year or two later, and I played Neopets like religiously until I was like 12 or 13.
Yeah.
Again.
Then I became a guy online geek.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still on Guy Online, but unfortunately the irony is all the games on Guy Online recently stopped working because of because Flash is no
Yeah.
longer a viable program. Flash is
They
gone.
don't.
So
Did they take it away or do they still work on Ruffle?
you have to download some kind of other software to play the games.
Ruffle?
Yeah.
Ruffle?
I don't know. It's on the Guy Online website. When you go to the games tab, it tells you these
Okay.
games require you to play like a Unity engine or something to play them.
Ah, the web
It's just funny.
loader.
Yeah, you have to play. I'm like, eh. And to be honest, though, the Guy Online compared to Neopets was abysmal for gold for what the amount you get back. I would play pinball. I would play fishing or the town shit. It would give you like 10 gold. 10.
I do. Oh no.
For like you play for like an hour and you get like 100 gold. The average item on Gaia costs like 10,000, so you're like, I'm never gonna get anything.
Again, because of their whole inflation.
Oh, it's funny. Someone actually made a video recently about the Gaia Online. If you want to know about online inflation, how bad it can be, it was hilarious because I was there during the Gaia Online's the hyperinflation. I remember it happened like almost overnight too. Like I remember I logged in one day and then all of a sudden I looked and I was like, why are these items now an extra 2 zeros? Like what? I'm sorry. The item is now how much? It's 500,000? It was 50,000 yesterday. What the fuck? What? I mean, what the wank? It's like, what the heck? Like, I'm sorry. What? And I used to draw artwork and shit on there too and sell it for like gold. And I would do it like for like 1,000 gold or 10,000 gold for like a colored piece.
Gaia Online is like a textbook example. Like they put it on economy textbooks now.
Oh, it's just yeah, because I mean it's a good example if you want to see a hyperinflation for an economy. Because like I said, when I first joined Gaia, you could post items on the market for as low as 1 gold. I still play it, so when I go on there and I sell things on the market, it won't let you post anything for less than 10 million. It will not. It will not let you. The thing will automatically say the lowest amount you can ask for an item is 10 million gold.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just like, it's on them though. They kind of fucked it up. I think it was someone explained that video I watched where it was when they introduced the currency, the premium currency. That's the real money.
Mm-hmm.
And then
gold
and the gold stuff. And the problem is they re-released some really old items that are worth a lot of money. So it tanked
for like hidden things.
Yeah, people that I think it was like some rare Halo that was only available for like a month or something.
The angelic Halo.
Yeah, that's what broke them.
Mm-hmm.
Some stupid
It was
Halo.
originally like, you people were nice, so donating.
And see, for me, I kind of found the scam that was being an only child and going to Target with my dad. He'd get me Neopets and Gaia Online gift cards. So, well, for Neopets, it was buying the packs of cards, the trading cards, and they came with the Pokemon code. So you go to Neopets and you enter the code in, and it would give you anything from like gold to items. Like, dear lord, I got instant like rich.
They give you so many.
In Gaia Online, you could buy the e-gift cards and then put into your account and get premium currency. And then I would buy every month they would drop some kind of bundle new loot box thing you could try your luck at. So I would just buy a bundle of those things, like 10 to 20 of them with the Gaia cash. Open them all up. Even if I would just go to the end for each one, because a lot of them were like you had to open them and they had to do like, you keep pushing the button to keep going further and then you either fail or succeed. I rarely got to the very end. A lot of times you always would fail before you get to the very end of it, but you still get items. And those items are still rare and they only came in those boxes. So even if it was a fail item, it was still worth like, at that time, like 2 to 5 million. So times it by 20, I could make 20 million right there from one box 1 month. So that's how my account hit like in the billions pretty fast.
Mhm.
And that's why now when I go on there, I'm like, oh, I have like 10 billion gold or 100 billion gold. That's nothing on Gaia. that's like
It's not.
that's like middle class. I've bought items
That's.
for 1 billion now going, this item never
Mhm.
cost that much. Like, what the hell?
Mhm. Gosh.
Yeah, like I said, I transferred to Gaia because mostly I was kind of done playing the Neopets games, and I think someone
Yeah.
introduced me to Gaia because they had longer, you could type longer in the chat board versus Neopets had the very, like, almost like Twitter levels of character limits. And also,
Yeah, I'm so
Neopets, they
glad.
broke, so, like, you could get around that by simply typing in Word, copy and pasting, and then put, right click, paste, and you could bypass the word count. They fixed that bug, so it sucked. I remember when it's told me because it said error, and then it would cut off your message like to the word limit, so you'd see like your nice beautiful roleplay post cut in like a third.
Gosh.
I used to hate writing like 4 posts just to write one thing to reply to someone on Neopets, and then Neopets, the boards were temporary, so they only
Yeah.
lasted like 2 or 3 days, and you had to roleplay quickly. And on Gaia though, the boards are I have boards from like 7-8 years ago that are still there. I can go back and read my old post,
Like the only thing that you could kind of have permanent on Neopets that could be board would be a guild board, but good luck getting like
Yeah,
a role.
Neopets wasn't the same as the guilds were kind of asshole and douchey.
Mhm.
And like I said, I got scammed on Neopets. That's kind of what drove me away too. Was that one?
Scammed.
Yeah, because I was collecting the avatars, and I wasn't really. I'm still not good at playing the games. And this one guy promised me he could get onto my account, play the game, and get me the avatar. And of course, dumb me didn't realize
It's a trap.
him getting into my account means he has my account.
Mhm.
And it was like literally the moment I sent the private message with my password, I went, oh fuck. And then my account blinked and it said you're logged out. And I'm like, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. I tried logging in. That motherfucker, he instantly logged me out, changed the password, and changed the email. Because I hit the request a reset, and it went to his email. I was like, that guy was like instantly fast, man. What the hell? So dumb me went to my secondary account and started spamming my first account saying, get off it, you asshole. And that account also had the same password. So guess who tried and then got into that account? And then I noticed my page refreshed and I was logged out again.
Woof.
So then I went to my third account. Thank God that one had a different password, but I'm pretty sure he tried, but he never responded to my emails. And then eventually, I remember I emailed Neopets saying, I was so stupid, I'm so sorry, can you give me my accounts? And they said, nothing we can do. They told me the first account got iced because the guy basically got everything off the account and then went onto the boards and posted shit and got the account banned.
Mhm.
I'm like, you motherfucker. You motherfucker.
Mhm.
Why is there a car alarm going off? Okay. What?
It's me.
I got a package? From who? My plants! It's my Rowan prince. Yay. I
Oh
opened
my.
This late at night? What the heck?
He was role-playing with me earlier, then he fucking ditched me, said he was tired.
It's
Oh
okay,
yeah,
you
he
did
passed
me anyway.
out.
He told me...
My dude passed.
I asked him what time earlier today, and he said, oh, your time, 9 o'clock. I'm like, are you sure? Because, like, I'm home. He's like, yeah, 9 o'clock your time. Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, he fucking passed out
Yeah.
way before then. He
Oh,
passed out
he's been
at
out for-
11:48.
He's been passed out for a little bit. Yeah.
Okay, Donnie.
I can tell you exact time too.
Oh, I was talking to him too. I know. His last message to me was at exactly 9 o'clock my time. So he passed out at midnight? 10, 11, 12. Yeah, he passed out at midnight. He wrote, "Sawi, brain tired."
Tragic.
I'm like, mister, this is why I asked you what time. Doesn't matter. I wasn't really feeling good tonight anyway, but still.
Oh
I
my,
just want inspiration. I want dwelling inspiration. And also, I may have changed my talking avatar to the potential
Yeah,
chat. I can't do chat bot until we get affiliate, so I don't know. This little guy's thing's name is Beep Boop Boop Beep.
Trying to remember.
He's just a he's a thing
What's
I
that?
found in the cosmos that has now tagged along with Alien Kitty. We don't question him. He has tentacles, a TV
Is this
head.
my password? No, I don't remember my password for my.
But yes, that's how you now know the story of how dumb kid Kels was stupid and lost not just one, but 2 accounts on the same frickin' day because she was stupid and was harassing her first account with account number 2. And of course you go, why did you have more than 1 account? And it was like,
I
because
know.
that was the whole point of Neopets. People even said you had to have more than 1 account to get all the gold you needed. I had technically 4 accounts at one point, but I forgot my first ever account, so
You're like, I mean,
I lost 2 of my 3.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I said I kind of got disheveled and distraught, and then
You
I went
need
to Gaia.
You needed the other accounts if you wanted to have like more space because they didn't add
yeah.
like.
If you wanted
like,
more than 4 pets or anything, yeah. Or some accounts
Like,
I
they-
dedicated to like just role playing. Other accounts were just for my pets and my art. Yes.
Yeah, like I don't know. Like only like I think 2 years ago or 3 years ago they added like the possibility of buying more pet slots.
Wow, that took them forever. Well, that's the only issue. Like I said, is after the original creators, was it Donna and her husband, the 2 people in UK who made Neopets? They sold to Viacom. It
So
kind
to
of
Viacom,
yeah, and then
Viacom-
Viacom sold someone else, didn't they?
yeah, like Viacom at least they put out stuff like they did content.
Well,
and
what
you
they
have-
did was they just combined both of their content because they owned Nickelodeon. So I remember we
Yeah,
saw
they-
a lot more crossover games. You saw a lot
Mhm.
more crossover event stuff. It was like, and it would say things like, "Go to Nickelodeon website to earn like 20 gold or 20 Neo points or whatever."
Mhm.
I had a bookmark website that used to tell you like it would give you all the freebies.
Yeah, so
It
you
was-
can just check all your freebies and without having to.
Yep, it was a list of everything to go onto the website. It would show you all the games that are easy to play to get freebies or like the links, like the omelet. Yep, I
Mhm.
always got the omelet every day. You save it.
You save it, you can feed.
It's 3 times it feeds them, so yeah.
Yep.
And technically, you don't really need to feed your Neopets. And like I said, yeah, they're depressed and miserable, but they don't die.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're just like Tamagotchi.
No, Tamagotchi do
No,
die.
he
No, no,
doesn't do.
Tamagotchi actually do die, baby.
No, you don't have to feed this.
They actually die.
No, they die.
No,
Yeah,
they
Tamagotchi
die.
actually die, and then you have to restart it. Neopets
Yeah.
don't die.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just telling you, like,
They get very sad.
I know, my Tamagotchi died so many times as a kid, I hated that frickin' thing. The worst part is being a kid in school, because you put on your backpack, and that thing would go off in the middle of class, like, screaming, I need food, or clean my poo-poo, and your teacher would take it away and put it in the drawer, and then you'd hear it still screaming in the fucking drawer. And then you hear the death
Yeah,
sound,
yeah.
you hear the and it would die, and you're like, oh.
So you lasted 21 days or however long.
The
like,
worst
that
thing
was your
is you
record.
go to sleep at night, and then the next morning it would be dead. You're like, I had to sleep. You jerk.
Mhm. Like they fixed that later on the other editions, but like,
A little
bruh.
bit. But I remember as a kid, that's why I used to hate those things. Like, I remember when they first came out, there was the rage to everyone to get one, and then when you got one, it died within like a week, and I got bored with it. I remember in high school they made a comeback, and they had the ones where you could connect them to your friends. So I bought one, and my
I
girlfriend,
wanted
and
one.
one of my girlfriends at the time, her and I
Mhm.
got one, and we were playing with it, and I think we were
Yeah.
trying to breed them, but they wouldn't breed.
Ha.
it
Tried.
was it
They
was
were
like
gay.
it was permanently
They were-
friend zoned.
they were unreadable. Yep.
Yep. And it was just
They were homosexuals.
I don't know what they were. I forget now. I think it was the angel one, but it was. I remember they brought him back when I was in high school, and it was like cool. And I got one again just to reminisce. And then it was like, oh, they connect. That's cool. And then it was like they didn't do anything.
They traded gifts and played with each other.
Pretty much. The only cool thing was, and then in college, the Pokewalker came out, so then you could put your Pokemon.
But the Pokemon, Oh, the
On the-
Pokewalker.
on
Very.
the little pedometer thing.
Mm-hmm.
As a kid, I really wanted a Pokewalker.
Oh, I had one because I bought the silver game at the time and I had it with it. I'm like, that's cool. That was the only cool gimmick, was just that.
They released a new Neopet on Mother Neo, which is a Neopet clone website for nostalgia.
Okay, I did not know they had another. I mean, I remember Neopets had so many clone websites after it, and it was just like, I never
Isn't
played
it
most of them.
It's a fan website made by fans. So it's basically like old Neopets, but like with some modern twist, like custom colors and custom pets.
Gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I think.
But like the only way to like get is like or by joining their Patreon or waiting for like applications to open. It's still in beta.
Gotcha.
2 months.
Damn.
I have. Also, you can have infinite pets. I haven't like categorized my other bunnies. Oh my god. In Modern Neo, I'm trying to collect like all colors of sea bunnies and all colors of Aishas.
Good luck with that.
Yeah. I have a fairy sea bunny, a red sea bunny, a desert sea bunny, a brown sea bunny,
Jesus
an island sea
Christ.
bunny, a Halloween sea bunny,
Oh my goodness.
mm-hmm, an iridescent sea bunny, a rainbow sea bunny, and a fire sea bunny.
I thought I was obsessed with rabbits at the time.
Well, somebody here apparently really loves them a lot more than you.
Love sea bunnies. And then I have Alicias, which are a lot less because
I think it's funny. I remember I first joined Neopets when it first started, and I remember they didn't have at the time. None of the Neopets were limited edition. They were all just free for all. And I got like a Psy Bunny, a Chombi, I think a Shoru.
Shorus are eternal. They're not
I
limited.
remember, no, Psy Bunnies were though. Psy Bunnies became limited.
Yeah. Psy bunnies are
'Cause
limited.
when I remember when I came back from like my highest little kid. Okay, thank you, iPhone. You'll update later. That's good. I remember when I came back from a little kid to like more of a I guess middle kid age, from like 5 to like 8 or 9. I remember I then saw it said Psy Bunnies were whatever. The pre-ages, I guess. I don't know. I remember I said my first account, I was like 6, and like my cousin made it for me at my grandma's house. And I remember I was playing Spyro on the PS1, and she's like, "I'm making you an account." I said, "An account on what?" She goes, "Neopets." What the fuck is that? She's, I was gonna say fuck. I was a little kid, so I probably was like, "What is that?" And she's like, "It's fun. What do you want for your username?" And I'm like, "What is that?" And she's like, "Well, I'll just combine your name with something cool." So she combined my name, and she originally pronounced it and spelled it wrong. It's supposed to be Kels Meister, but obviously she spelled Meister wrong.
I see.
So that's where my username comes from this day, guys. If you must know why it's spelled Kels Mister, because my cousin, when I was 5 or 6, I forget how old I was, made
So
my
by the power of Neopets.
my first Neopets account. Yes, so I am forever tied to Neopets. My first ever account was based on my cousin, who made it for me.
And I didn't fish anything good.
So blame my cousin for people that always say, "Isn't it pronounced Kels Mister? That's the way it's spelled." I said, "Yeah, well, I was 5, she was 8, so she couldn't spell, so blame her."
You know, you can edit it, right?
No.
On Neopets, no, you could not. It was permanent.
No, not Neopets, but I'm like, you don't have to use the misspelled name.
But my brain's used to it now. My brain don't
Used to
work
it.
well. Yeah.
Identity.
Yeah, it's my identity. I also now go by, okay, and then after that I tried to wipe that identity away by using my, I can say it now because the emails no longer exist. My first ever email was Fire Chick,
Oh my.
and then Fire Babe. So
Oh,
my other
God.
Neopets accounts were based on those names. So I had Fire Chick, I think _123, and then it was like Fire Babe. You can look them up. I don't think they. I'm pretty sure they've been blocked or iced by now. I don't think they exist anymore. I think I googled them one time and they don't exist anymore. You can't find them.
Depends if they have been purged.
They probably were purged by now.
Mm-mm.
I think I looked a while back. I think one of them is gone, but the other one I don't remember what the full name was. I know it was like Fire Chick something, but I don't remember what it was. But yeah, I was trying to go for that for my username for a while, and then when I joined Gaia, I didn't use any of those usernames because I was going through my weeaboo phase, my preteen phase.
Like that.
Well, I
So
mean,
it's
when you join Gaia, you're going through your weeb phase.
I mean,
I'm
if you
going to Gaia.
I'm still part
If
of
you-
Gaia Online to this day, so that tells you everything you need to know.
Again, I'm saying if you join Gaia, you're a weave, certified weave. You can never
Yep.
clean it from your record.
Yep. I never played Maple Story, so that's probably a plus.
Oh no. Fuck.
Either you were a Gaia or you were a Maple Story person. There was no in between. You never played both. You always played one or the other, right? And I was like, Maple Story I think required to have your computer to have certain specs, and my computer was ass, so I just played Gaia.
Also, we found
Now-
the Maple player.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to out you.
Oh,
I am sorry.
wait.
The robot is sorry, but anyway.
But anyway.
Anyway, like I said, so I'm not gonna say my full Gaia Online name because we are streaming, so I'm not gonna say it. But the first part of it is called Roke.
Oh
I
my
don't
God.
know where that fucking name came from. Don't ask me. Don't say, oh, is it from an anime? Is it a nope? My
That's your
dumbass.
real name. I don't know if it's someone named Rocky.
I know.
It-
I don't know where it came from. It's just my
It's
brain
a
was.
Japanese sounding
It's not
name.
even Japanese.
It's not
Come
even
on.
Japanese. No, it just
No.
it sounds
Yeah, but
Japanesey.
not actual Japanese. I said Japanese sounding.
Yep.
Like,
Oh yeah.
Yep.
No, it's Spanish. It's a Spanish
like-
name.
I just know that when I joined Gaia and it said like this is an anime community and this is supposed to be like your persona, so I said okay, so it's not like Neopets where you're the master of your slave pets. You are literally role playing your avatar because that's what you do. So I was like, okay, I can't use Kelsmeister, I can't use Fire Chick or Fire Babe. That sounds stupid. So I wanted like at least a human sounding name, so I did Roke, and there's more to it, but I'm not saying it on stream because I don't want you idiots finding me on Gaia because I'm still on there. I don't want to be bothered.
And you
The
don't want
first
to
part is
call it
Roke.
them.
The first part is Roke. You can look up Roke. If you can find me on there, good job. You get a cookie. If you send me a PM, I will send you a gift. But anyway, that account is still there. I don't even know how old my account. Hold on, I'm gonna look up my account and see how old it is. BRB. I'm gonna look. Let's see. Go to Gaia. How do you see how old your account is? Is there a way to see that?
I don't know. I think you should check your.
Oh my God! I found it. Ostis, do you want to do math?
Go ahead.
My Gaia age is 5,527 days.
5,000 days. You're talking about like decades.
It's
It's all.
5,500.
It's ancient.
5,527 days. How much is that?
It's ancient. That's what it is. It's ancient.
Shut up. I'm not young. Do I sound young? I mentioned the old days of the Neopets before you even knew about Viacom. That's
Before
before,
I was-
the
Before it
2000s.
was. Yeah,
about
before it was even
15
born.
years.
Before it was even a fetus.
My account is 15 years old. Oh my God.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, it's okay. I still enjoy making my character wear cool outfits. Like I love playing around with the outfits. Right now, she is a succubus white devil. She looks really pretty. But yes, I'm still part of Gaia because I use it mostly for role playing when I can talk to people. Because again, it's really the only site that kind of still has the old format for forums where you can post pictures and post like a template for your post and make it actually look kind of decent. I tried
so
joining.
like 4chan.
Yeah. Because you can actually upload your own, like, I make my own background images for my posts. I make them look pretty. But yeah, I tried joining another website a while back. I think it was like roleplaying.com or whatever. Nobody wanted to roleplay with me. Sad face.
Nobody roleplays on roleplay.com.
I know.
What roleplaying on my roleplaying forum? More likely than you think.
Eh. I just remember I like roleplaying more original stuff than like fan art. I don't know. I used to roleplay a lot of like, you know, favorite animes and video games, but I don't know. For me, I like having my own original characters. I don't want to deal with the canon of a world or have to deal with that stuff.
I like a balance between all. I like sometimes feeling like I
don't mind if you want to base it on a world that already exists, but I don't want to roleplay a character's already established. Like I don't want to roleplay Deku from My Hero kind of thing.
I like both. Like I like roleplaying OCs. I like roleplaying in an already established world, and I like roleplaying canons. I like them all.
Yeah, but like I said, that's unfortunately roleplay.com was all about that mostly, where people were like, we want to roleplay, you know, already established series and titles, and we don't want to do your original ideas.
Tragic.
I know. So really, Guy Online's my only option, and I try to post once a day on one of my search threads, and once in a while I get a bite. You can ask Hostess. I've told him some of my stories. Recently, I had a bite. The person I talked on Discord, we hammered out ideas. I had a really cool idea for a character. It was gonna be a tragic, like somewhat isekai, where it was like a fantasy where our two characters were nobles. They got killed and they got thrown into the bodies of poor people, and they were gonna have to work their way back up and, you know, defeat the people that killed them, kind of shit. And I was going cool with my badass male character. Yes, for whatever reason, I am really good, and I mean really good, at writing male characters. I've had other females tell me, what the fuck? I make them very sultry and seductive, apparently, or really goody and cute, and they're like, please stop. I'm falling for your character really hard. I'm like, thank you.
That's the plan.
I mean, if it's romance, I said okay, you know, and I found a cute picture of a guy. I was going for this neat idea that his magic is based on, like, his mixed blood, and his mom is, like, from a different country, so he can, like, summon monsters and shit, so he's, like, but it's, like, a cursed blood, so I was kind of giving him that cool edginess where, yeah, use too much magic and he gets, like, psychotic kind of thing. And just my only problem was her posts back to me were just so blasé. Like, I had this really cool setup when they met at the ball, and he's watching from the balcony as he watches the whole murder spree unfold at the ball. He tries to help her, but then he gets stabbed and thrown off the balcony, and he woke up, you know, in the other body. You know what she wrote?
No, don't tell me. Picks
Dude.
You up. Umar.
She didn't even respond to my character trying to help her. And then she woke up in another poor person's body, of course, you know, in the peasant, whatever. So when they met again, I was doing the whole, he's seeing flashbacks of seeing her true form over her current form, like a ghostly image, like an after image. She doesn't see anything with my guy, okay. So I threw in there a little bit of classism with the current not the Margrave, whoever's I guess the Duke or the whatever, the
Baron, it would be
Baron. The Baron's dumbass kid is bullying them because, of course, you know, he's above them and they're peasants. And my guy stepped in. The way I originally wrote it was the Baron's son was bullying her, implying that she was fucked up, you know, like, she wrote it as, no, the Baron's son was bullying some random old man. Okay, I'll roll with it. So
I don't get it.
I know, like, okay, I said, okay, fine. So my guy stepped in and was like, no, we're done with this shit. Basically shut up the asshole and says, now get off. And of course it humiliates the kid, and then, yeah, so they run away. She joins along because for whatever reason, I guess she wasn't part of the fight? Question mark? Huh? And then we ran away. I did a kind of intimate moment where he's like close up to her. They're hiding in an alleyway, ducking as the guy runs past. She doesn't respond. Okay.
Oh god.
Yeah, dude, like, I was setting up all the romance. Like, I was doing, like, the cliche anime trope of I even wrote his body was close to hers. He could feel her heartbeat against his chest. She didn't respond. Nothing. Blank. Okay, fine. So then I had him come out too soon. The sun came out, went, aha, there you assholes are, and started dueling him with magic. My homeboy was like, hell no. I'm gonna upshow you, bitch. And so I did a thing like he did like whirlwind magic around them, and he held her close again and said, don't step out of my boundary, because, I can't control this really well. Her post didn't even mention it. Didn't even mention...
Bruh.
I know, like, you were up against his very chiseled working body, and you didn't say nothing. Like, what? 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 So that...
For romance.
I know, and she didn't even respond to his fight when he fought with like a giant hydra. I had him summon this giant snake creature that, bowed to him and then it vanished, but of course I had it so that when he summoned it afterwards he kind of passed out because he was too much magic. And her response was she calls her sister and they drag his body back to her farm. And then she wrote the sister was jumping on his chest to wake him up. And that's where I wrote to her on Discord and said, hey, you're not giving me
What?
much to work off of. Like,
What? Like, what is... I
Yeah,
don't
thank
get
you.
it. I'm confused.
I was like, okay.
What?
See, I know how to write romance. I gave her like 3 opportunities and she just didn't give a shit. So I remember I asked her saying, hey, I'm doing all the work here. I'm giving you bones and you're throwing back the scraps. And I'm like, I can't respond to that other than he's just gonna wake up and just say, don't jump on me. And I was like, I don't want to. And so I wrote to her saying, look, I'm getting tired of this. She never responded. It's been over 2 months now. She hasn't responded back. So I'm pretty sure she ghosted me.
Yeah. They couldn't take...
Well,
They couldn't...
I just didn't get it. It was like, girl, what the fuck?
get it.
And the worst thing is, like, when she wrote her original character, like, when she was still a rich snob, she was literally a rich snob. Like, dear lord, she wrote it like, I'm getting ready for the ball, and I'm getting a pretty dress. I was like, okay, I get it, because we were playing, nobles, but, like, I played his original form as he was the bastard child, like, he was a third in line, so he wasn't gonna inherit anything. He already was mixed blood in his previous life, so, because his dad had an affair with a commoner kind of thing, so that's why he...
Like always.
Yeah, so my guy was more angsty, kind of, and the whole purpose of him going to the ball was his dad said, hey, you're not gonna inherit my land and my property, go find a good woman there and just marry someone, And he's like, he wants to appease his dad, and I'm just saying, like, I had a nice little plot point for that, and then he would eventually fall in with her, but, like, she was insufferable, man. Like, she was a fucking asshole.
My gosh.
I know, it's like, I made him a cool, edgy, like, badass, and she just made hers, like, a valley girl, and I'm like, they would never fall in love. If anything, my edgy boy would go gay.
Which is the best option.
Like I said, his next life, he became a working farm boy, so he had the chiseled body, man.
Chiseled body.
He had chiseled bod. Yep.
He had like chiseled body, sweaty from working in the sun on the field, as he like wipes the sweat out of his brow and like puts his hand like against the sun so he can see.
If you want, I'll send you like my Gaia posts. Like I'll copy and paste them and send to you. I mean, I'm not bragging, but I'm a pretty good writer, and just I love writing. I love writing.
Where like I was invited, somebody messaged me if they wanted to roleplay magical girls, and like I did my OC, explain the world from me, and they like they just responded a lot of stuff that I simply didn't get. Like, there's a fairy in the grass. I'm like, what? And then they sent me a GIF, and I was like, what? Why are
Oh,
you
see, that I
saying?
don't like. Yeah, no, but I tend well, on Guy Online, I went from just writing simple posts, like a paragraph, to at one point I would literally, if I copy and paste it from Gaia onto like Word, it would be like 3 pages.
I'm a mirror. I'm a
I've
mirror.
gotten better. I don't write as much. I definitely toned down my descriptions, but I still like. I like to just describe a scene at least a little bit to give you a perspective of what's happening in the scene. I don't want to write just he walks in and sits down. I like to write more of, you know, like the humidity in the air was damp and thick. His footfalls were echoing loudly against the wall, like that kind of stuff. Like I like to add a little more ambiance.
His step, his step not wavering a second,
Yeah.
or something like not wavering a second
Oh
as he
shit, that's
pulls
the
the
wrong way.
chair, as he pulls on the chair on the main line, on the main table, and sits down, poised, unflinching from the stuff like that.
Yeah, that's what I tried to do.
I'm a okay writer, not the best.
I don't ask for much.
So
I just don't like people that just do basic stuff, like just that, like he walks in, sits down, what's up, like that. No, you got to give me something to work on. Like, are they angry? Are they happy? Are they sad?
If you don't want to describe it, at least say it.
See. But yeah, and I remember the worst thing ever was, I think it was in college. I had my writing 101 teacher. She was a snob. I know because she came from the main university, so she came to the community college all pissed off that she lost her job there and she had to work at community college. Oh, heaven forbid you have a job, lady. We had to do some creative writing assignments, so of course, at this time, like I said, I was Guy Online, heavy into role-playing, so I love writing. So I wrote, like, an amazing thing for her, like a descriptive scene. You know, it was nice, it was cool. Guess what she wrote back to me?
What?
You use too much flowery language. Make it precise and to the point. Cut to the chase. And that's what kind of killed me as a writer in college a little bit, was just her telling me that.
Oh yeah, a lot of my legitimately, that's what I get a lot of criticism for in my writing classes.
What?
I overflower things, as they say.
I know that. Yeah, sorry, Mom was talking to me. Yeah, that's the writer's trick. Sorry to hear what you say. I'm sorry, your Mom was talking.
It's fine.
What were you saying?
My creative writing thing course right now, my teacher did not like how flowery mine gets.
Thank you. I hate that teacher of mine. She said I'd never heard anyone call my writing flowery descriptive. I said what? And she said, yeah, you're just too descriptive. Like, why are you going on and on describing the scene? Like, just get to the point.
Oh my god.
I'm like, have you ever read Shakespeare, bitch? He wastes like 3 paragraphs describing a fucking flower on a table. Like, come on.
Yeah.
I've read Shakespeare.
I've read all of Shakespeare, and I genuinely hate Shakespeare.
Yeah,
sure. I love it. Shakespeare is good though.
It's good.
He made your mama jokes.
That is true.
Yes, he was the first one who made your mama jokes. Ha 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 ha. And dick jokes. Ha 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 ha.
He's a guy.
Yes.
I expect.
Yes, and I'm not accepting criticism right now.
Oh, I know. I'm just saying that, yeah, like I said, for college, when the teacher gave me that criticism, I kind of slumped back and went, oh, okay, and I kind of withdrew a little bit from writing, and I've kind of, like I said, I've gone back to my role. Again, I don't write a lot of roleplay posts much, because again, all my partners either ghost me, ditch me. Several have had issues with boyfriends, the rent moratorium, pandemic. One moved 3 times and has gotten sick 4 times.
What?
Yeah, so right now I'm on a hiatus for at least... I not only have 2 roleplays I'm working with right now, and they're both on hiatus. But at least one has lasted at least 3 years now, so
That's good.
Hot
yeah,
damn.
yeah, I know. Well, to be honest, I don't want it to end because like it's a fun story, and I hope we can at least get to a cool climax part of it because we're like only a third of the way through the story, and I'm like, please, I want to get to the juicy bits. I want to get to the evil, the twist. I want to turn my character evil for that one like post. I want to get to it so badly.
Become evil. Become deranged.
I've already established that in that world there's a band of assassins that are known as the Devil's Six, and each one controls a different type of like sensory magic. One of the top guys in the Devil's Six, he's like number 2, or no, he's number 5. Yeah, I did reverse order, so it's actually number 6 is the worst one, number 1 is the weakest. So number 5, what he can do is when he touches you, your personality switches. So if you're like a timid, shy person, you'll suddenly become a very much free spirit, say everything on your mind, and don't give a shit about consequences. So obviously, the more goody-goody you are, the more evil you'll become. So he touches my main girl. At least my idea is gonna be he's gonna like basically he's gonna trick him because they'll think he's going for somebody else in the party, and be like, no, say I'm going for you, bitch. And then of course, she's an all-powerful magical user, so it's gonna be bad. I straight up. She's gonna be evil, and it's gonna be great. I was like, yep, she's gonna almost murder all of our NPCs because she's that evil.
Very, very evil because she was way too much of a goody two shoes.
Yeah, and then the worst thing is the guy's gonna try to reverse it, and then her evil self's gonna be like, nah, bitch, you ain't taking this away. It's gonna scare him away. He's gonna be like, shit, I can't undo it. Like, she's too powerful. Mother. But yeah, like I said, we haven't gotten to that point yet, though. Like, it's a plot point on our list of Google Docs, and I was like, please let me get to it.
That reminds me of a comment on like an indie story that I found about a trans magical girl that like turning into an evil goth girl and but like selling out your morals to turn into an evil goth girl doesn't solve all life's problems.
But yeah, like I said, we have it. She's this partner of mine for that roleplay. She's the first one ever like make me introduced to Google documents and keeping all of our ideas in order. Because normally I would just throw out ideas in Discord and we would just try to remember them. And if we get to them, we get to them. I know I'm disorganized, but she's like, no, let's do a Google Doc. That way we can both throw our ideas on there. That we can actually make a Bible, like a show Bible kind of thing, and have a timeline. And we can also write down character names, place names. It does help. Because we forgot, like, I forgot the hometown they're in. I forgot the country they're in.
Oh, no.
I named it like 3 years ago. I don't freaking remember. And I'm like, oh, thank God, Google Docs. I'm like, oh, the town is... What is the town called, actually? Fuck, I forget now. Hold on. Where's the Google Doc? I gotta go to Google Docs. Go to my drive. It's not
I remember
that one.
role plays on
Accidentally
Facebook.
made into a familiar. There it is. Yep, it's called Accidentally Made into Which is Familiar. That's what we called the story.
Oh man.
Because the whole plot point was when she got reincarnated into that world, she got attacked by my partner's character, who was a vagrant on the street. He tried to rob her. She headbutted him and kicked him in the shin, and said he's a rotten. And she called him a rotten person, not realizing that she cursed him. So she put a rot curse on him. He started to, rot. He found her, and this other witch told, he went back to, like, this kind witch who told them, like, yeah, you curse him, you need to uncurse him. She goes, I have no idea how I cursed him. And she's like, well, why don't you just do, like, a compromise, like, make him do some task, and that will get rid of the curse. So she stupidly asked him, will you be my guide in this world? Which turned him into a familiar.
Nice.
So he got wolf ears and wolf tail. He became
Nice.
Wolfy Boy. He's part. It turned him into a beast man, so it's kind of funny because then we established that because it changed his species. Beast people can't eat certain foods, so of course we had him eat one of those foods and get really sick.
Can't eat chocolate.
It was like some kind of weird grapefruit thing, and it was just funny because like I told her, I said, we should do this, and she's like, so she showed him going to the market with my character. She's like, she's still getting used to being a witch and being with him. He inhales it, and the other beast folk look at him and say, are you insane? Do you have a death? He goes, what do you mean? He goes, that's toxic to us. He goes, no, it's not. As he eats more of it, and they're like, okay, sir, you're gonna regret it. And he did.
And it stays puking and diarrhea for like.
Pretty much. He had to run to the bathroom, and it was sad. She had to console him in the bathroom.
No more fruit for you.
But it's also going to be a cute love story between them. Obviously, it takes a slow burn for them to fall in love, and she's kind of already starting to realize she kind of likes him. That's why I'm like, I don't want this to end. It's so cute.
Way too cute.
Oh, it's been a roller coaster with the story. Like, again, she got attacked by a giant centipede, almost died. She got turned into a tiny fox by a god. That was fun. That was also my dumb idea. She gets turned into a lot of shit. I don't know why I have this problem. I blame the 90s cartoons. She got turned into a mer person recently.
That's for like.
She got a mermaid tail, so that was fun.
Mare.
Yeah, she had to fight another pretentious prick of a kid who's a nobleman. Who basically was like, you're a pet, you're a commoner, fuck you, you shouldn't be in this magical training shit. And she basically showed him by making a giant phoenix appear.
Hog.
She melted half of the stadium.
That's awesome.
I know, I was like, god damn it. I kept imagining the scene in my head for the longest time. When it finally played out, I was like, it's not as cool as it is, but yeah, fuck it. Miraniki from Black Clover will be playing in the background. She fucking summons the spirit of this fucking giant phoenix, which of course in that world they don't exist, so they're like, why is that giant bird on fire? What the hell is that thing? Jesus Christ. What is that?
Is Mega Ultra Chicken.
Mega Ultra Chicken that's very angry at me mode, yes. But like I said, it's been kind of fun because like we try to establish things that aren't the same as our world, so she thought about Halloween, and they're like, what's Halloween? She's like, oh, you wear a costume. Like, what's a costume? And she's like, well, you wear like a superhero. I'm like, what's a superhero? It's like, yeah, there's definitely differences between the two worlds.
Nice.
Like I said, we have this whole show Bible. I can look at it right now. There's...
Isekai.
It's Isekai,
That is
yes.
that actually touches that it's another world.
Well, we've actually created some holidays too for that world, so it's been kind of fun. We have like basically like an All Souls procession kind of day where it was all the spirits can come over to that world. So like in that world, the spirits are like salamanders and other elemental spirits that normally they can't cross over without like summons or like a stone or some kind of magic. But that's the one day where like those two worlds collide, so they can come over.
I see.
So it was kind of like that was like their Halloween/autumn festival. There was like a week long for Christmas kind of thing, but it's not obviously Christmas because they don't have Christ in that world. But it was more of a winter solstice kind of celebration.
It's totally not Christmas.
Yeah, I do eventually had a Valentine's Day idea. It was like, but we haven't gotten to it yet, so it's like further down the list.
I see.
I gotta send her a text and see if she's still. I know she said she's going back to college. So hopefully she's doing okay.
College is hard. College is terrifying.
Well,
College.
my end game for the story is that eventually they're gonna confront the big bad, which is the reason why she was summoned to this world in the first place, but because the god that summoned her, he fucked up like about 2,000 years prior. He let another spirit reincarnate from our world into that world. And that spirit kept its memories, of course. He's like, I feel bad for you, and he gave him a special ability. He reincarnated as a poor peasant farmer boy, but he was fine. In our world, he was a soldier in World War II, and he died on the battlefield.
Oh no.
Yeah, so he died young. He was a soldier, so when he's reborn as a nice family in the countryside. He's like, this is fine. No, this is peaceful. And then when he's like 10, his older brother gets called to war. Yeah, and his brother dies, so then he's called to war when he comes of age. He has to go to the magical wars that are happening in this world. And that's when he discovers on the battlefield his special ability. It's absorption. He can absorb other people's magic when they die near him.
Oh my.
Yeah.
So he
Yeah.
could, what was it in Alucard from Helsing?
Yeah. And also, it's kind of tragic because, like, again, he didn't know he had magic until that point. Because again, he hadn't absorbed any magic at that point, so he had zero magic aptitude. He just basically was a foot soldier in this magical war. And then when his soldiers started dying around him, he realized he could use their magic. He's like, wait, this is so and so's fire magic. This is so and so's. He also can absorb unique abilities. So, like, in this world, we established that some people can have unique traits. Like my main girl, she has the unique trait of creation. This guy has the unique trait of absorption. He can also absorb those.
I
So
see.
he can get unique traits for his magic too. There is a limit. He reached it. Don't worry, he can't take my girl's magic, so which is terrifying in itself. He does not need creation on top of everything else. But he kind of gets a warped sense of because he went to war in his previous life and now he's at war now and he's lost a peaceful life. So he essentially kind of becomes a mini dictator, kind of like, you know, the H word. And
Mini dictator, yay.
he ends the war, but then starts his own war because he becomes like his own ruler and then starts his own little mass army. He becomes a literal demon lord threat. He rules for about, like, I would say, I think it's like 100 or 200 years. So he rules for quite a long time. We also established in that world that people that have magic tend to live a little bit longer. So, like, the average, if you're a human, you'll live, obviously, like 100 years. But if you're, like, a human with magic, you live, like, 200, 300 years. So you can live a little bit longer than normal. Because you have magic. And, of course, beast folk can live a little bit longer. Because, again, they're beast folk and they're unique. And they also were abused by the humans because, you know, we gotta have that racism.
Mm-hmm.
I love that little bit of that racism.
Gotta have a little bit of that
We
racism.
don't
I mean,
have to
it's the
have it.
classism.
Okay.
Well, I mean, I already told you the royals hate they hate the peasants, so that's just a thing. It's a fantasy world, but doesn't mean you get rid of the dicks. Anyway, so
Nope, don't do that. That'd be good.
literally the whole world then had to fight against him, so I kind of made everyone stop fighting one another and fight against this man. And it took like 5 of the strongest witches/wizards in that world to literally sacrifice their lives to seal him. They couldn't kill him. They could only seal him. So they sealed him away. He's been
they
now
put him in a
locked
box.
away for like 2,000 years. So so I established that in that world he became a fairy tale called the Cloak Reaper.
Oh my.
There's even I forget what I had a little nursery rhyme form. Basically, it was, you know, parents tell their kids, beware if you don't behave, the Reaper will come get you. The Cloaked Reaper, because he used to always wear like a hood, and he basically was the Reaper on the battlefield. He would murder everyone. So the problem is, most of the public thinks he's a fairy tale. Only the highest nobility, like the king, know that no, he's very much real, and he's
It's just in a,
he's ready to get out of his containment.
going to get out of the can.
Yeah,
that they
so in that world, there's a religion based around him. They're called the Death's Gate worshippers because he's sealed behind a Death's Gate. So I'm good with this stuff, huh? The issue is when my girl came to that world, he sensed her, and eventually he'll start talking to her through her mind because he'll admit he could have broken the seal at any time. The issue was he's so powerful, no one can challenge him. So he's bored. But when he sensed her, he said, you're the first person because you're like me, you're an otherworlder, and you have a very strong magic. I want to challenge you. So the end game's gonna be he's gonna give her like a year to train and say he's gonna come out with his army, but he'll only challenge her, he won't attack anyone else. And so they're gonna have to fucking fight. It's good.
Dude got the Hisoka I need to fight.
Yes, he wants to fight. But my girl's
Oh,
gonna...
our battle will be legendary.
Oh, it's going to be, if you don't care about spoilers. I mean, I don't even know we're going to get to spoil the story anyway. My idea would be, she's going to she's going to tell all of her friends and allies, basically they're going to have like an army of their own, they're going to each stay on one corner of the battlefield and carve out magic circles. They're going to make a giant magic circle on the battlefield. She's going to distract this cloaked reaper dude with her familiar, with my partner's, his familiar status and her. They're gonna fight him best they can, but she obviously can't. He's a fucking grown 3,000 year old man. She's only like 13, 14, so she ain't gonna beat him. She ain't gonna beat him. But what she's gonna do is she's gonna trick him and do the whole, I wasn't trying to beat you, I was prolonging something. And it'll be like, what? And she'll go, now. And everyone will basically like do Full Metal Alchemist style, slam their hands into the ground to activate the magic circles. What it's gonna do is she's gonna use her creation magic on a full scale on the whole battlefield to create the gates of hell. She is literally gonna create hell, because hell and heaven do not exist in this world. She's gonna create hell. It's gonna be Bleach style, yes. Like, the gates of hell are gonna open up as the chains are gonna come in and grab all of the people on his side of the field and drag them to hell.
Bitch, I'm sending you to hell.
Yep. I'm sending you to the Shadow Realm, bitches.
Go to Brazil.
Go to Brazil.
Go to Ohio.
No.
Like I said, so he's gonna be screaming as the chains pull him back, going, you coward, you cheater, and she'll be like, I'm not cheating. I can't beat you, but you're going to hell anyway, so I'm sending you there first. She's basically gonna tell him, like, you're gonna all change into demons, but she'll make a compromise saying, she'll tell him specifically, if you can become Lucifer, the top-ranking demon in hell, you are allowed to come back as my familiar.
Nice.
So basically giving him a challenge as the gates, slam shut and they all get dragged. So basically, the good guys will all be staying there, like, because they'll see all these chains and these skeleton hands coming out of this giant gate in the sky that drags all the Death's Gates worshippers into that. They're screaming as they're being, like, pulled apart, their bodies turning red in different colors, they're getting horns, they're looking like, they're turning into demons, basically. Being pulled into this vortex as the door shuts and vanishes. They'll be like, did we win? What the fuck was that?
What was that?
And then the worst part is, because like Full Metal Alchemist, because of that, she's gonna be transported off the field. Same as her familiar friend, my partner's roleplay, his character, because, surprise, surprise, you can't do that in that world. That kind of breaks the laws of the world.
They literally just created an entire dimension in this world.
She created an entire universe. Yeah, she literally created another plane of existence. And they're like, yeah, the god's gonna talk to her again. He's gonna be a faceless god. He's gonna be like, yeah, I'm proud that you fixed my problem.
But bitch ass broke the thing.
Yeah, there are rules. And while I did give you literally a broken ability called creation, what the fuck? But he'll compromise. He'll tell her, look, you did solve my problem, so you have to pass 2 tests to be able to go back to the world. The first test is going to be unfortunately done by her partner, my roleplay partner. He's going to challenge him and say, you're only, so to win this game, all you have to do is remember her. He'll point to my character. He'll be like, oh, that's easy, right? He'll snap his finger. There'll be an orb in front of them. He'll say, I recreated your hometown down to like the last leaf and petal on a tree. The only thing is, that world doesn't have her in it, and no one will know who she is. The moment you step in there, you're gonna forget who she is too. You have 1 week's time in that world, which will be accelerated time, to remember her. And even if you do remember her, you are given a choice of whether you want that new life, or do you want her to stay with you. So it's kind of like one of those sad moments, obviously, like, because,
the whole life, time.
It would be, like, the plus side, he would say you're allowed to have, like, an ally in there, so she'll tell them, the asshole rich kid that she beat, she'll tell him, like, can you bring him and his familiar in there? He'll go, snap, done, they're in there already. So,
Nice.
Like I said, it'd be a sad thing because she can't watch. She has to watch from outside. And then, of course, at the very end, he would remember her and call her out and say, I want to be with her.
I want to be with her. Because and all the time that he's, like, having fun, is always like, but there's something missing.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, he'd wake up each day, like, in their apartment and go, this is, like, wow, I'm in an apartment. I have food in my belly. This is weird. And then he'll start going,
weird.
yeah, like, where's someone missing?
but like enjoying a nice meal with friends, family, but like something's missing. Something's missing.
Yep,
My
and having that
gosh.
sweet moment where he has to yell on a rooftop saying, "I want her back! Bring her back, you stupid asshole god!" You know? Having the sky shatter as she basically falls down and like hugs him kind of thing, and then they get teleported back to the god's world again. He goes, "Okay, cool, you passed the first test. That was the test by the world. The world basically was testing them to see if they were worthy of going back, and if he was, because if he had basically said no, that would have been rewritten the world, and that would have been her punishment, to be wiped out from existence." So test number 2 is they're both going to be teleported back to their, to the main world, but they're going to be teleported to random locations in that world, and they can't use any tracking magic. So you can't just simply, yeah, because she's a magic. He's not really good at magic, but they can't use any form of tracking. So not even a dog could find either one of them. Even if they had their scent, the dog would just walk in circles. They have to find each other the old-fashioned way of just meeting up.
Of the power of destiny.
Yep.
And
and so he would teleport her away first, and then I was like, "You're gonna hate me." She's like, "Why?" I said, his thing was he would then turn to your character and say, "I'm also doing one more thing, like another handicap for you," because that was her handicap, because she's magic. We can't have her just popping next to you and find you instantly. He goes, "Okay, what's my handicap? You have no sense of taste until you can taste something that she's created."
oh my.
He's a big glutton for food, so I was like,
It's just so evil.
yeah, so basically every food tastes blasé to him. Nothing will taste, he'll have no flavor.
Oh my god, that's the level of.
And then my idea would be eventually, after probably a year of them traveling, trying to get back to their main, like, country and everything, she'd be working at a bakery, and he would try one of her samples by accident, and then realize he can taste it, and then run back to the bakery and find her there.
You can taste their and they like.
It would be so sweet. Because he'd be like he'd be eating the bread and I'm assuming at that point he'd probably have some kind of partner or ally with him as he's journeying, and the ally's like, "Oh yeah, it's a new recipe this bakery just created. It has cinnamon." Oh, he goes, "Oh, I know you can't taste it." And he goes, "I can taste it." And he goes, "What? I can taste cinnamon." And they're like, "What?" And he'd be like screaming, "Where'd you get this bread?" And it's like, "The little bakery on the corner." Boom, runs out of the hotel. "Wait, come back!"
And then find her and they hug and kiss, and it's like such. Oh my gosh.
Yep.
And it's so cute.
Oh yeah.
And it's ultra cute and kawaii.
It would be so kawaii. See, this is why I love writing stories. I want to get to these points in the story. I've had this in my head for like 3 years. I want to get to it. I just want to get to it already.
And then you cry.
Oh, so before all that, there is a point that I've actually legit cried thinking about it, and it's just so weird. So at some point in the middle of the story, she's gonna end the contract with him, because she accidentally made him to a familiar. So what she's gonna do is she's gonna accidentally get blackmailed by a guy. So we kind of established also in that world, you're not supposed to make familiar contracts with other humans. It's illegal because of things like that. It turned him into a beast man for one, so it can alter someone's species. And also because, again, humans are most dominant, so they don't want humans to be slaves. So this asshole guy who runs the black market finds out about it and blackmails her into becoming like her servant.
Oh my.
So she has to end the contract with him. So she sadly that night she ends the contract and then puts him to sleep, and she has to leave him a note saying, "I'm sorry. And I love you."
Put him to sleep. I'm like, oh no, you just fucking murdered him.
Well, she didn't want him following her, but then I also set it up so that she would leave the blackmail documents in the trash. In the note she leaves him, it says, "Don't forget to take out the trash." Because she didn't know how much this guy was listening to her, and obviously she gave him a way out too, because she ended the contract. That was the whole thing, was they weren't meant to really be together. He was only staying with her because he had no choice, and she stupidly fucked it up. But
yeah.
But yeah, I don't know why I started crying when I thought about the note and him reading it.
Yeah, that's great. I know.
Mhm.
Yeah. You better go contact the owner. I don't know what to tell you.
What do you? What?
Nothing.
Okay.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Sorry.
Okay. It's fine. I'm just telling my sad story about my OCs, and you're just talking about other shit.
Wait, talking about the sad stories and the sad moments. They're like, but like, I
But
know her
you
well.
need those moments to make everything else shine through. Like you need them.
Yeah, that's the beauty of the hurt and comfort. You need the hurt for the comfort to taste sweeter.
Pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no, not that one. But yeah, that's definitely, like I said, that's been my longest role player now. Is my 3-year one almost. I think it's the witch one. And then my other one is about a fallen angel, but he's gone through so many iterations.
What a fallen angel.
Again, every time I do a roleplay with him, something happens to my partner.
Ugh.
I kid you not. It's been.
It's great.
I think it's a cursed character. He's never gonna finish his story.
The only one is if you write it yourself, but that's
It's
way
just-
too much of a commitment.
Yeah, for me, I like role playing, but I like having my partner have ideas and
Helps you bounce out ideas.
yeah, it helps me. Yeah, 'cause again, like I wouldn't think of half of these characters or half of these scenarios. Like, I like having a secondary input too, because yeah, I could write it, but I like also having someone else to give ideas and input and be like, oh, I didn't think of it that way, or oh, I didn't think of the scenario that way.
I need to write more. I haven't written in a bit.
I draw too much now, but I wouldn't mind writing some stories down and trying to publish them.
Pretty fun. Like I had like a story about against trans magical cat girl.
I
And,
just
like,
write D&D campaigns. I have 8 ready to go.
Jesus
Oh my
Christ.
god.
Well, I don't get to play as a player a lot, so I build D&D campaigns.
Gotcha. Oh, are you taking over Caden's one, or did he confirm that?
No, he did not.
Oh, okay.
No.
I'll gladly do it though.
He was making that comment a while back, talking about giving it over to someone, the reins of our campaign.
Because I'll gladly do it at the end once it ends. Because
Once it ends. So you don't want to do this. You don't want to do this campaign. You want to do your own campaign. What you're saying?
yeah, because
Okay.
I don't want to be. I don't want to take someone's campaign.
I know he made a comment saying he didn't have much. I forget when I talked to him. I think it was last week or so. He mentioned that with this campaign, he's kind of we're almost reaching the climax, is what he's saying. And I'm like, we're only like level 7, 8. And he goes, yeah. I didn't really plan to go this. You kind of sped ran through hell. I said, I'm sorry. You gave me the reins. I didn't realize we were supposed to do longer in hell. Like, my bad.
How dare you?
He didn't tell me, babe. He handed me the reins when we reached Saki's castle, and I was like, well, I didn't prepare anything. I didn't know what he wanted me to do. I didn't know if he wanted me to give everyone the note, not to give the note, to challenge her or something, or... I didn't know what to do, okay? I'm sorry. I was legit confused. Like, it caught me off guard.
Because I have a few. Of them ready. Ready for.
Well, I think he said he wanted to pass off this current campaign to someone else, like a baton pass. So I mean,
Yeah.
I don't think it'd be that hard to figure out. I mean, like you said, as long as he showed you whatever the idea is for the story, I mean, you could probably just wing it and go, yeah, it's not hard to throw in some extra shit.
Yeah, because Millie is the most not with the group.
You could still, Like Control Millie, that can be like your DM character, just to be an NPC that follows the group. Like if you need to get the group back on track, you can have that character be the one to be the voice of reason, or even the helpful guide. Just saying.
Because I don't like having an in-game character that follows the party.
Oh,
Valid.
okay. Everyone's different, I guess.
It just makes. I feel like it makes it like the DM's forcing his OC or their OC onto the party.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. That's what you. Okay. Hey, everyone's different.
I had that happen.
Oh, I see.
So I'm like, yeah, never again.
Yeah, it's fine. I don't mind NPCs if they're helpful. If they actually are helpful.
It's the difference between like helpful and like completely takes over.
Like, I've ran one of the campaigns before, and one of the characters legitimately just stole a child.
What? They just stole a
Like,
kid?
they just
What?
yeah.
They just kidnapped someone? Like, bitch, there we go. We
Yeah.
got a kidnap. What?
because the parents were dead. They were just like, kid now's mine.
Oh.
Fun times.
Okay.
Not even going to like the grandparents. Hey, you're now mine.
I mean, if they really want to raise a kid, okay.
I'm like, why did you kidnap a kid?
Because you didn't stop them? I don't know.
No, because
You let them take the kid. Oh.
yeah, I'm like, you sure? Admittedly, they had their own home base that they kept going back to.
Okay. Like, why kidnap a child? Like, I get it if they found, like, an orphan, or if it's, like, an egg from a dragon nest or something, or it's a baby something, and you killed the parent, or the parent died in something in combat. But if the kid has parental figures, you don't need to take the child. Unless you're an evil party and you want to raise him evil?
No, the kid was good.
Okay.
They took the child.
I mean, was there like some kind of prophecy where the kid would become like the hero?
Nope.
Okay.
Nope.
Okay.
They just took a child. They
Okay.
took a child.
Like, I love this child. I'm taking him with me.
That does not sound right out of context. We love the child. No.
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 You know, like the
God.
dog scene from Brooklyn Nine-Nine.
Oh, it's the. I saw it there. I've only seen it for X amount of time, but. Oh my God, people. Why?
His name
I've
was
never
Angus
had-
McDonald.
Oh, okay. He had a whole full name. You got full name. Okie dokie.
Yep.
Jesus Christ. Well, I never had that problem in any of my games. Like I said, the only issue I ever had was my first ever D&D group was that weird college group I was a part of with the guy that was bipolar and had issues. A lot of issues.
Yeah, just imagine kidnapping a child because...
No, I just remember our DM throwing fits when we couldn't figure out that somebody should have rolled a knowledge check on the monster. That we wasted, I think it was like an hour we were fighting these monsters, and we would hit him and do like 2 damage, and he was getting so mad that nobody rolled a knowledge check, so he finally screamed at me, "Why don't you roll a knowledge check?" Okay. Rolls dice. 16. You know you have to knock the water out of their skull to make them weak. Oh. Okay. Hey guys. Knock the water out of the turtle demons from Japan out of their skulls and you can kill them. It's the kappa, whatever those things, those little turtle creatures.
Yeah, kappas.
Yeah, we were fighting like 3 or 4 of them and we just could not murder them until our DM was so mad that nobody rolled a knowledge check. And I point out that three of the other players have been playing like a lot longer than I had at that point. I said, "Why didn't you ask the experienced players to do it, dum dum?" Like I've only been playing for like a year. They've been playing for 5 years. Like they should have known. He's like, "Well, you like anime." I said, "I don't give a shit about Japanese mythos. I barely know Greek mythos. I didn't know Kappos need to knock the water out of their head to make them weak. Sorry. Now I do." But yeah, a DM yelling at you to roll for knowledge was not very pleasant.
Like,
Yeah. They're gonna steal, take the balls out of Uranus, and then that kills you.
I wish he could have given us hints, but he was getting more and more frustrated, and then he just kind of spat at us and said, you know, one of you roll for knowledge, and I said, fine, I'll roll for Arcana check or whatever, and it was like,
yeah.
you know this. I'm like, okay. Sorry.
The small child there was Angus McDonald.
Oh, I see a 1, sorry, I was like, where are you? I'm in streamer mode, so I can't see stuff. Oh, they adopted a kid, okay.
Yeah.
I mean...
Wait, where?
They sent me a private message.
Oh.
Sorry.
Those are the rest are NPCs on the arc that was there.
Okay. They adopted a small child and named it. They kidnapped a child.
He already had a name. They just kidnapped the child.
Oh, okay, well. He has a horrible name that his parents must not have loved him very much, but...
What? Angus McDonald is not good enough for you?
Awesome.
Sounds like a name that you give your child that you don't like.
It's the Angus McDonald's.
It's Angus. I don't think of that name as a fun name for a child. For a kid. He got picked on. You know that kid got picked on.
It's a burger name, I think. From McDonald's.
Angus? No, it's a Scottish name.
No, like, I remember that, like, I think it was only here, I don't know, but there was, like...
I'm sorry if that was your naming, I'm so sorry. Just...
There was like
I
a
don't mean to
McDonald's
be mean! You can smack me! You can smack
Why
me!
are you bullying me over my naming convention?
It sounded like a name that bullies would pick on.
Oh, the tall elf man is named Jenkins.
Nice.
Just Jenkins?
Just Jenkins.
It's like Cher?
Yep.
Is he
just
Janky Jenkins? Is he Lanky Jenkins?
Just Jenkins. Hello, my name is Jenkins. Welcome to the Rockport Limited. I will be your server and host here.
Oh god, he had the monotone voice and everything.
Yep.
Oh my god.
I'll be your server.
I'm your resident wizard on the train. If you need to go to the pleasure room, I can provide my services.
As he squeezes his masculine giant yaoi hands in the air.
The pleasure room is this
way.
room.
Some services cost extra.
Oh my god.
I will use my wand to bring you to
Oh
a
no! No, not the wand! Not the wand!
dimension
Not the
of
wand! Not the innuendos!
This is
No,
the
No, this is literal. This is our
God.
literal place.
You are horrible.
I will transport you to one room and one room only of your imagination or place that you want to see.
But what if I want to see them all?
One room.
Can the one
Can
room
you
incorporate all the rooms?
Can the room
No.
turn me into a girl?
You want Vor?
What?
No, I said that I
Said
want
the
to
room
turn-
transform into a girl. If you get into the room, that's
No.
Vor. You would be transformed
I
into her
said-
stomach.
I said transform. Can the room transform me into a cat girl?
Oh, I did not hear that part. I heard the room transform into a girl. I'm like,
My
okay, we're going to the Vor.
Okay, TK.
I will
TK.
use my illusion magics to help you experience.
No, I
these
think for
senses.
TK it would just be a room full of every AU version of Rowan, and she would die of embarrassment.
Well, then I'll have to replace this TK into Boar. Like,
No,
tells us
no,
into-
no, I don't need Vor. No, I don't like Vor. Fuck the Vor, no.
Then what did you brought up for now?
Because you said the room transformed into a girl,
No,
and Mr.
I-
Lanky Jenkins here is telling us to transform you into the room. So into the room that is now transformed into a person, you be inside
No.
them. That is Vor.
Lily,
I didn't say
I'm-
that.
I'm
You
it's
thought
the
of
same
it.
I'm following logic.
It's the same campaign with Magic Brian.
Oh my god.
With what?
Fucking Black Spider. God damn it.
Okay.
See Black Spider?
The fucking Black Spider. God damn it. Is it Black Spider or Black Spider? When
I'm sorry I
But
make fun of
then-
your naming conventions.
Oh, don't worry. They get ridiculous fast because I wrote
Do
the
you-
campaign.
Do you want to know why I named that witch girl in that series I was talking about, the story I'm writing?
cereal.
So, at the time when we started the roleplay, I was watching Demon Slayer. Can you guess what I named my female witch?
Cereal?
Oatmeal?
Oatmeal?
I named her Nezu. I
Bruh.
dropped the ko.
God.
So her name is Nezu, because the problem is, I established that the moment she transformed to that world was literally that day in history, and I was watching Demon Slayer, so her mind was on Demon Slayer, so she spout out the first name that came to mind, because she couldn't remember her original name, and she almost said Nezuko, and paused at Nezu. So that's her name. Is
Her name is
Nezu.
Nezu because she's selling
Oh.
mouse.
Like Juicy Wizard over there. That's his unofficial name, but his actual name is Graham.
Oh, and then her wolf familiar, his name is Sullivan Blaine. She calls him Sully.
Oh my, obviously Sully.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't it be Sully?
But
Well,
yeah,
when she called him Sullivan, I'm like, Monsters Inc. And she's like, what? I'm like, I know you have kids. You named him Sullivan. If she's based on me, she's gonna add an ly to the end of any name. That's how I name my cats. Furby became Furby. So I'm like, Sul-E. It's gonna be Sully.
it's all good
Oh,
then.
Yeah.
So good, man.
Oh, it's okay. My fallen angel character. You know how I got his name?
Ow.
It was in middle school. I had a head cold. I was taking cough drops. The brand of cough drops I was taking were called Ludens. So
Oh.
his name is Luden.
Bruh.
To be honest, though, it sounds like a cool name, and some people know it's cough drops, others don't.
Fucking
Pop drop.
But I wanted something that was unique. I didn't want to do like Michael or Lucifer or like common angel names. Like I want something that sounded uncommon but still sounded, unique.
Golden
Yeah.
Golden Mario.
Yeah, there you go. Luigi.
Fuck you, no.
Thank you, Sipper.
The Bowser Angel, right?
No.
Thank you, Sipper.
No.
What about Fernando?
No.
Well, why not?
I don't have Hispanic characters. I don't know the history. It's just not my forte.
I was just throwing names that I could get.
I
Don't pull Gerard away, though.
Joseos Espinosa.
But yeah, definitely want to run that campaign with Juicy Wizard.
Juicy
Eh.
Jesus Christ. You people are horny and have problems. I shouldn't
What?
tell you my characters' names. You're making fun of me.
You made fun of Angus McDonald.
Because that sounds like a name to make fun of.
I mean, making fun of each other here is kind of like a national sport.
And you'd have the gold medal.
I don't think so.
I would be in bronze. I would be in third place.
No, I would be the bronze. I don't think I'll be that
No,
good.
no, you would be gold.
But why? I don't think I'm.
Why?
I don't think I'm that good at like making fun of people.
Okay, audience, do you think Lily? Do we have a vote?
I don't know.
Hostess, what do you vote for?
I'm undecided.
You're
I haven't
what do you
heard
mean you're
enough.
decided? That's
I
not
don't
that's not a
have
choice.
I don't have enough evidence.
You have enough evidence? Excuse me, you've been part of this campaign as long as I have.
I played the fifth.
I hate you so
The
much.
person with the most done in the campaign is Millie.
Well, I'm sorry you have the And by the way, the moment I posted those pictures on TikTok, like 3 users that have furry icons immediately liked and started following me. I was like, what the? What? What the fuck? It's not even a good sketch. It's like a pretty shitty sketch. I can see the hand looks like shit on it. I didn't even try. What the frick?
Sudden.
But you know how to get the big bucks now.
I mean, I don't get any money off TikTok. It's just weird, like, some of my posts will take off, I get like 200 views instantly, and then some of those drawings, like a few of the Tick ones, only have like 15 views. So I don't know what gives. Like, sometimes they work and sometimes they don't.
Well,
Algorithm.
all you have to do now is to just keep getting the furry bait out.
Oh my god.
Yeah. I've been saying it. You want to make money? There you go.
Mm-hmm.
I'm drawing on screen right now a bunch of partial furries, so...
Build the furry like.
I'm not good at drawing anthro, though. Like, I'm just not.
I was learning. It's hard, but you can learn. I can learn. You can learn.
Mister, I
But
take
yes.
2 years to draw one sketch.
That's fine, but I still did it.
You don't sell them.
I don't sell them.
No, you do not.
Like,
They're for personal use.
Ah.
Not like that, you weirdo.
I plead the fifth.
God damn it! I
Not
don't
like
believe.
that, you weirdo.
You've seen above
don't
my
believe
bed. I
this
have a
one.
sexy Fluttershy ass above my bed. That's not a... Like...
What?
Oh, I mean, that's
Yep,
awesome.
I do.
Yeah, I like that one.
I bought it from BronyCon years ago. It's literally a picture of like an anthro, very heavy set, like Fluttershy drawing of like big booty and big boobs. It's her vampire form, so she has like the vampire teeth and like the hair looks a little more jagged. She's
I
wearing a
don't
bikini.
know. I don't know this stuff.
Oh, I go get a picture. Hold on, I'll be right back.
Oh, what?
No, I'll be right back. Be right back.
What? Like, all I have is Mothman posters in my room. Like 8 of them, though.
Gosh. Another begun. You understand mechanical hands are the ruler of everything. Ruler of everything. I'm the ruler of everything. In the end, we all look together, like around like the bumbling dragon I fly. Scraping my face on the sky. Oh no, no, oh yeah. Meow. Meow.
Sorry, come back.
Come back.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry, I had to go potty. Sorry.
Go
I posted in Art Media.
Let me see.
Oh god. What the?
That's what's above my bed. That's above my bed. That's above my bed.
I have Mothman posters, and that's it. I hate though, but like, what the hell?
But it's pretty. It's pretty.
What? I didn't think it would be that explicit. Oh my god.
What did you?
Over your bed.
Where else would I put
It's
it?
just- Why do you have smut above your bed?
Where do you have my little
Right
pony?
below it is like
Sorry.
a wholesome My Hero picture, and then above it is the dialect.
Sarlacc.
The dialect, and it's a print. It says germinate. They're watering the plants. They're like germinate, germinate.
She has that. She won't even let me have body pillows.
I said you could have one.
Let's see, one.
I have the pony body pillow. You can, if you want that one, you can have it.
I'm gonna get a different one, thank you.
Oh fuck you.
Oh my
That's
god.
my $300 body pillow that you don't want.
Can't
See how
believe
it
you
is.
two.
Why do you have a $300 body pillow?
I'm glad you asked.
Oh, there's a story. Yeah. That's good.
I've
No,
said this
Diamond.
story like 10 times, but it's fine. I think it was in 2016, 2017. It was a couple years back. I went to Canada with my dad for a bunch of conventions. Because he invited me to Canada, and I went to this one called Anime Revo, which is in Vancouver. On the first day, I was talking to people at the convention. I mentioned that at that point I was a brony, and they're like, "Oh, you know, there's a pony convention happening here." I said, "What?" They go, "Yeah, it's in Richmond, which is like a 30-minute train ride." I'm like, "Oh." So I went back to the hotel room. I googled it, and sure enough, it said, you know, Brony Can. It was happening the same weekend in Richmond, and it said you showed them your badge from Anime Revo, you'd knock off like 5 or 10 Canadian dollars off your full event badge or whatever. So I said, fuck it. That Saturday, I decided to get up early. My dad walked me to the train station. I got a ticket. I got on the train. I rode it all the way over. It's really cool. It goes underground, then it goes above ground. They built it for the Olympics.
You see?
It was really cool, yeah. So it's basically a sky train / subway. It's kind of cool. So I get to Richmond. I get off the train. I mean, this is okay. So this is back when your phone, it had GPS, but it was garbage.
The garbage.
You know how like when you would walk, it would barely register. You had to literally be driving for it to show you going anywhere.
Yes.
That was old school iPhone GPS. So when I got off, it didn't point you which direction to go to. It didn't say left or right. It just said, you know, it's get over here. And I was looking around for the street, and I found the street, so I went left. I walked and walked and walked. I don't seem to be getting any closer, but because you had to walk so far for the stupid dot to actually move, I had to walk like, I think I walked like maybe a mile. I started going more and more into residential areas. I'm like, I'm not seeing hotels. I passed by a single McDonald's, and I'm like, you know, I'm seeing mostly houses. I'm not seeing any hotels or anything. And then I finally saw it was showing me a longer time to get there, and I'm like, okay, I think I went the wrong way. Fuck it. So I turn around, I go all the way back to the station. At this point, if I can go back in time, I would have smacked past me and said, get back on that fucking train and go back to the anime con, you stupid weeb. But no, I went the correct way. I went right. And sure enough, I got to the hotel. I bought a ticket. I walked around the little, it was like one of those really tiny like motel hotels with like spread out con rooms that are really tiny. So it wasn't really a big convention. I saw a lot of bronies dressed up. It was cool. I walked through the vendor hall. And the first panel I went to was the charity auction. I
Mhm.
sat down, and they were selling like this plushie of the mascot. It was really cool, but I bid on it, and then people started outbidding me like left and right. I said, okay, I can't go over like, like $300, and it went well over that. I'm like, motherfucker, that sucks. I really wanted it, but okay. Next up was this body pillow of the mascot, and they said the
Okay.
body pillow there was only like 2 or 3 made. Like one was given to the con chair, one for the charity auction, I think one to like one of the guests. And they got one of the voice actors. I think the guy Vincent Tong, the guy who plays Flash Sentry, he was there.
Oh,
So yeah, this man is kind of hot. Not gonna lie, he's pretty sexy. But anyway, he's
the
holding
one
the
that's phony. Oh my god.
yeah, it was him. Yeah, Twilight's
I
like
don't know who you're talking about.
Vincent Tong
Please
is
phone me.
he's played other voices too, but anyway, so he's doing the voice of it too, and he's like, anybody want to bid on this body pillow? And so I started bidding, but it was like, I'd bid like 75, someone bid like 80. I bid 85, they would bid 90. I was getting kind of annoyed, so I yelled out like, 175. So the arm, so everyone's kind of be quiet, and he's like making comments going, she really wants this. Then someone's like, 200. I hear 210, 215. I yell out like 240 or something, or 250, like some higher number to kind of get above them. Like, it's eBay logic. You have to do a big increment to win this shit. And dumb me said, okay, if it goes over 290, stop. Like, you need to stop. But I was kind of in the competition. And so, like, somebody bid
This
like
happens a lot, by the way.
Shut up. I don't buy a lot of stuff like this. This is my one and only mistake is dumb young me.
Oh, you should have seen her in Vegas.
No. Shut up. Shut up. But anyway, I forget how much I spent on it. I know it was like, because Canadian dollars are still lower than American, but it was still, I think,
Oh.
it was like, I think US translated, it was about, I think, $315-ish. Something like that. It was still a lot, because the problem is the ATM also charged me a fee of like $5 to $10 because apparently they would only take cash, which I didn't know that. So I could have just been an asshole and just left and not paid, because they didn't take payment until way after the auction was over. So I could have just, they didn't get my name or anything when I bid. I could have just walked out, but I was, I'm a good kid. My parents raised me right, so I went up there saying, well, I have a credit card, and they're like, no, we can't take that. It's only cash. And I was like, I don't have 300 plus Canadian on me. I have like maybe like 40. They're like, well, there's an ATM in the lobby. I'm like, motherfucker. So I had to go over there and sure enough pull it out with my American debit card, and it charged me like $5-10 for that fee. I'm like, fuck that shit. So I forked over the cash, and by the way, you know how big most anime body pillows are, about like average size?
Yeah.
This thing was double the size and double the girth. It was huge. I still have the pillow, which I finally threw away now, because it finally ratted away, but the pillow had been a custom pillow, because I've never seen them this big. This thing, yeah, they had the pillow with it. When it was the case, it was the pillow with the case, so it was huge. So I was kind of proud, though, because like they said, they only sold 3 of them, or 2 of them, and again, they were custom. One was made for the auction, one was for the guests, and one was for the con chair. So technically speaking, I should have a limited edition item, so I was kind of proud. So I walked around the con holding it on my arms, all proud, until I passed by somebody in the hallway who said, oh man, you're the one that bought it at the auction? I said, yeah, and they go, you do know they were selling them in the vendor hall for like $60, right? My heart just sunk. I said, what? I said, they said they only made 3. They go, yeah, well, the guy who designed it, he accidentally made more than that, and he sold them the first day, because I was there on Saturday. He goes, yeah, they sold them on Friday. When he realized that, he pulled them. By that point, he already sold like 5 of them. So I found the guy in the vendor hall, and I kind of showed him, and he saw the pillow in my hand, and he kind of went, oh, you heard? I said, yeah. I said, what are you going to do about this, dude? He's like, what do you mean? I'm like, I spent $300 plus on this thing that I thought was, yeah, I still gave it to a good charity, but I bought it because I thought it was limited edition, not because I could have gotten it. If I could have gotten it for $60, I would have bought it for $60 fucking dollars, you know? That's kind of rude. He told me at the time, he goes, give me your name and address and phone number and everything. He goes, when I draw the character again and do a different version, I'll give you one for free. I never got a free one.
Gosh.
So
He was just trying to please you at the moment.
oh, I know. Later on, I confronted the other guy who was, like years later at another pony convention. I found the guy that worked with him. He gave me a free pillowcase. Because he felt bad, because he remembered, he's like, oh yeah, that guy owed you one, huh? I said, yeah, you guys kind of ghosted me for like 5 years there, so. But anyway, I was there at the con, and then dumb me decided, because I was into the pony card game, I stayed late to play the card game, because the card game was supposed to start, I think, around 4 or 5 o'clock. So I got like a cheap-ass sandwich at the little cafe there at the hotel. I stuck around till 5 o'clock. Well, 5 o'clock rolls around, they're delaying the fucking tournament, because of course they're delaying the fucking tournament. My dad is like trying to call me, he won't text me, so I had to call him back several times, which spends a lot of money on my data plan because we're in Canada, and I said, hey, I'm still at the pony convention, I don't know how long I'm going to be here till, I'll try to get back to the hotel at a reasonable hour. And then this is before I had a phone charger, because I was stupid. I was really addicted to those, like, tapping games, like Sentence Tapped Out and the How to Train Your Dragon Tapped Out, so waiting for the tournament, I kept playing them, which drained my battery more.
Oh, God.
So when the tournament finally started, I won, I think, the first round, and then I lost, like, round 2 and 3. And at this point, it was already, I think it was, like, 10:30, 11. And then it finally dawned on me, because again, they were like, we're gonna go another break, and I'm like, well, I've only won 1 game, I've lost 2, there's no way I'm no longer in there's no way I can get the first place prize. It was really cool. The first place prize was a trophy of one of the cards that this famous person on DeviantArt, I think V-Star, they actually sculpted Queen Chrysalis coming out of the card. Yeah, it was a custom, like, figurine that they made for the first place trophy, and I was like, that's so cool, I've never seen those in person. I was trying to win it, but I didn't bring my winning decks to Canada. I brought some fun decks, so unfortunately I lost like crazy. And I realized, I've lost 2 games, I've only won 1, there's no way I'm winning. But then it was like, at that point, when they were in the 3rd break, and they were like just chatting up and being stupid, I didn't win any of the prize. They were doing raffle prizes, I didn't win anything. I realized, look at my clock, it was like 11:15. It dawned on me, I got there on the bus, on that SkyTrain. How late does a SkyTrain run?
Yep.
And I googled it, and it says they run to, like, I think midnight, 1 in the morning. I was like, oh shit. Because it was like a 15-20 minute walk from the hotel to the station. It's already 11:20 now. Shit. So I booked it out of there. I was like, fuck it. I didn't even tell him I left. I just left. I literally fast walked. I'm cursing under my breath. It's dark. I'm running to the SkyTrain. I get a ticket. Or actually, no, I think if you still have the same ticket from that day, you can still travel. So it wasn't midnight yet, so I could still travel. I get on the SkyTrain. I'm looking at my phone. It's down to, like, I think 10% battery power. Literally, the moment I sit down, I'm plopped down with this giant body pillow over my lap. I had a backpack on. I think my tote bag, which had my cards, my purchases I bought from the pony convention, some snacks and water bottles and everything. It's like one of those big tote bags you bring, like, to Trader Joe's. I sit down. There's a guy that's across from me. It looks like a freaking homeless guy. Whatever. I'm leaning against the window. The train starts moving, and my phone rings. It's an unknown number. I'm like, this is weird, but I answer it, and I hear a French voice with very broken English saying, is this Kelsey? If I can half hear him, because again, I'm on a train, and it's like garbled, but I'm like, are you from the hotel? He goes, yes, I'm calling about your dad. He's asking where you're at. I said, look, tell him I'm on the SkyTrain. I'm like, probably 30 minutes away. Tell him I'm sorry. Can you please give it to this room number? That's my dad. Just tell him I'm coming. And my phone's dying, so I can't talk to you very long, dude. And plus, this is costing me, like, $30 a minute, so can we not? He's like, oh, okay, I will pass for it. I clicked off, I turned it off. And I look at my phone, it's like 9%. I'm like, fuck. So,
Terrifying.
Yeah, I know. This is before, again, I had no phone. My charger, everything was in the room, so I didn't have anything on me to even plug it into anything. So I was like, shit, I'm like, why did I play those dumb games between the card games? Like, why was I that stupid, So then, so remember how I said the first mistake I said when baby, are you on, Osis, I can hear my voice back. Ostis? Sweetie. I can hear myself. You're echoing. Ostis. You're echoing. Ostis, your speakers are on. Unless you're watching my Twitch stream or something. Okay. Anyway. I was gonna say, remember how the first second day when I first got there and I went left?
Mm-hmm.
And I went the wrong way?
Yeah.
Guess which way I went when I got off the train?
You went the wrong way.
I went left. Because the thing is, I entered on one of the side stations, and it left me, it put me out on the main station, so I didn't know where the hell I was. I was like, wait, this is a different station. And I was trying to ask the people to help me, but at this point it was already midnight, and they were just ushering everybody out of the station. They're like, we're closed, get out. And I was like, no, you don't understand. They're like, no, get out. And I was like, no, I don't know where I am. Like, I was lost child, and they're just like, get the fuck out, we're closed. So I'm sitting on the side street going, well, has to be somewhere. So I went left.
Terrifying.
I walked left. I kept walking left.
It went the wrong
Don't
way.
recognize anything. The street, again, this is like midnight. At this point, it was like almost 1 in the morning. My phone
Wait,
is...
where are you in the story? What did I miss?
Okay, well, you were echoing. I heard my own voice back, so I'm pretty sure your speakers are on.
Oh no, I don't have speakers on. Just
Okay, I heard my voice echoing back through you, so I
You're,
don't know.
you're just that loud.
I'm sorry, I'm just trying to talk normal in front of my
Anyway, go
microphone.
ahead.
I was at the
Go
point
ahead.
when I got off the station second time when I got back home, or back to the hotel. And
I'm,
I went left
I'm
again.
I'm getting second-hand anxiety from this.
Oh, trust me. I was only at the time 21, so yeah, I was terrified. I've never been lost in a foreign country, and this is the most gut-wrenching feeling I ever had. So don't forget, I'm carrying this super heavy body pillow under one arm. My other arm is packed full of a tote bag. I'm super sweaty carrying these two items, because even though it was like midnight, I'm fast walking, I'm scared. But I keep going left. I don't recognize any of the streets, because again, this is nighttime. I'm used to walking in the daytime, so I don't recognize any landmarks. I can't see the ocean because it's nighttime, so I can't tell where the fuck I am. I pass by a bar where I watch a bouncer throw someone out who's obviously drunk.
Oh no.
I'm like cringing, going, well, it's 1 in the morning, yeah. And then I get to a crosswalk, I'm waiting for the light to change, and this guy's like, hey, nice body pillow. And I'm like, please don't fucking murder me. I don't want my gravestone to say, murdered with a brony body pillow. Like, motherfucker. So then I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna start going
It's Canada.
up.
You're
Baby, not at 1 in the morning. In downtown Vancouver. But anyway, I start, like, you know what? I'm like, well, I'm keep going left. I'm not seeing anything, so I'm gonna start going up instead. Like, go straight, not go left, but go straight. They turn right and go up a little bit to see if I can figure out where I'm at. And thank God I did at that point, because I realized if I kept going left, I would have crossed the bridge and gone further into Vancouver. Like,
Oh god.
so I went up, I realized I could see the bay, and I'm like, oh, and then I started going, I turned around, went right, and then it just clicked, and thank God, because at that point I looked at my phone got down to like 5% battery power, and the little screen thing came up and said, do you want to turn off your phone to conserve power? And I was screaming, don't you dare fucking die on me, phone, please, you're my only lifeline. If I can't call or do anything, I don't know what to do. I was crying, thinking, fuck, am I like camp out on someone's like stoop and wait until daybreak and pray someone finds me? And then for whatever reason, my luck finally changed. I kept going right. I found a few cosplayers, and I literally started sobbing. I almost dropped to the ground. And these cosplayers, of course, it's like 1 in the morning. So they're like, what the hell's wrong with this chick? Like, dear Lord. They gave me looks, but I didn't care. I was just crying tears of joy. And then I recognized there's like, one of the hotels there has like all these international flags. I saw the flag. I'm like, I know where I am now. Thank God. And I see the hotel, and I'm like, I'm running in the hotel. I don't care. I pat by the front desk. I don't give a shit. Go to the elevator. I pull out my room key. I get in the elevator. I get up to my floor.
No.
I run over to my door. What? Are you
no,
stopping?
it's on me. Not you.
Oh.
Sorry.
Anyway, I get to my door of the hotel room. I'm like, okay, it's 1 a.m. My dad's probably asleep. I'm trying to be quiet. But I don't care. I'm excited. My phone's at 3% battery power. I don't give a shit. Put the key in the door. I open it. Like a fucking James Bond villain. I open the door to complete darkness. As the door swings open, I can see to the corner of the room where the little desk and the little swivel chair is. My
Oh.
dad is sitting in that chair. He fucking swivels like a Bond villain towards me as the hallway light shines on his angry, glaring expression as he
So
goes,
you made it, Mr.
So we
Bun.
finally meet Mr. Bond.
yeah. And I'm like sweaty, I'm tired, I'm drained, I'm terrified, I have to pee, I want to shower, I'm hungry, my phone is dying, like, I've gone through hell in that day. I mean, I walked probably like 8 miles that day. I told you I went 1 mile the wrong way at least once. So I was tired, I was scared, I was just glad to be in a fucking hotel room and not be sleeping on the street that night. I was like, well, I'll be using this body pillow as a bed tonight if I can't freaking figure out where my hotel is. And that terrified me. I have never thought of that thought. But he's like, do you have idea how late it is? And I said, yes, I know, it's 1 in the fucking morning. As I stomped in, I finally unclutched my vulture hands around my bag and pillow, and my fingers were just so hurting from clutching that shit. I clutched it for dear life. I didn't know how scared I was. He's like, I was this close to calling the police. I said, did the guy at the front desk ever give you the message? He goes, what message? I said, the front desk called me like an hour ago, and I told them to tell you I was coming. He's like, well, why didn't you call me? I said, my phone was at 10% power. I didn't know the hotel's number. And this is why I told him, like, this is why you need a cell phone in another country, Dad. Like, I couldn't just... I said, I could text you unlimited, but if calling you cost me $30 a minute, I'm not spending $100 just to tell you where I am. He kind of got quiet. He was like, well, I was ready to call the police. I'm like, but you didn't. And said, and plus, I'm like, Dad, I'm 21. What if I was hanging out with, you know, friends, or I actually go to a bar or something, you know? Like, I was 21. I was technically an adult. I was like,
So what are we
Dad.
gonna
So that's where the story of the body pillow comes from. I took a shower. The next day, my dad looked at me. I said, I'm not going back to that pony convention. Fuck it. I said, I learned my lesson. I stayed at the anime con. But I still have that body pillow to this day. It's in my closet. The cats puked on it the other day. I gotta wash it, but
It's a traumatic body pillow.
it's my body pillow of shame, damn it.
It's a traumatic body pillow.
But this is when I also learned after that incident to now finally carry a phone charger, because before that, I was never out long enough for my phone to get down to that low. Like I said, I mean, even at the convention, at the Anime Con, I was only out the con for like 3-4 hours. I'd go back to the hotel room, let it charge, it'd be fine. That was the only time where I was literally gone from like 8 a.m. to like 1 a.m. So it was just stupid.
I always carry a charger.
And
But yeah, now
that's the reason why I don't go to conventions.
That's my only horror story, okay? Most of my other cons are pretty wholesome. That was my only time where I literally was legit scared for my life, and I'd never felt that kind of fear before, and it terrified me. But
I went to...
I found out where I was, so I was fine. It's just, I just laughed that twice in my story. I was like, I remember even when I did the second turn, I said, there's no way I went the wrong way twice. Like, fucking, that's some sick god's humor, just laughing at me going, guys, watch this. What? I'm gonna make her do it again. No, you're not. You're not gonna ruin that mortal's that day. Oh, come on. She has 10% battery power. She's fine. She can do it. I believe in her.
God is a real mistress.
Hi, Tazzy. That's my box of prints. Don't sniff it. Thank you. But yes, like I said, that was the only time I got lost in Canada, which is funny because then the year after that, I actually did that pony convention on their art team, and I also was sold at the con.
God.
And then I went to that Anime RevoCon at least 3 times I've been to that one, I think, so. But yeah, that
I've
was...
been to... We'll go.
No, that
Like,
was the
I've
only
been
time
to-
I got lost. You can go.
I've been to the Ohio Comic-Con. It's hell every time.
Ohio.
I don't think I've ever been to that one.
Don't. It's hell.
You're like, don't go, it's shit. Okay. Now, the only one I've done in that area was the pony convention in Wisconsin. And let me tell you, when I do cons solo, man, what the fuck? What the fuck? I didn't get lost at that one. I had the weirdest experience with the Ubers I got. Like, when I got there and I requested the Uber to get to the hotel, I was sweaty and disgusting because again, I've been up till like 4 in the morning. I'm wearing like my ratty t-shirt and I'm carrying like 4 suitcases of all my brony and things to sell, pony stuff. So I feel gross. I haven't showered, you know, just traveling all day. And this nice, was it a Cadillac? Like one of those SUV Cadillacs with, it had wood ingrains for the interior, like, holy fuck, leather seats. I felt filthy getting into that car. This nice young gentleman lifted my bags in the back of his, it's like one of those double huge SUVs. I was just like, you're an Uber driver? This is the Uber you... Dude, I'm like gross airport, sweaty, disgusting, bedhead, wearing a hat, smell of airport, you know? I don't want to even sit on your chair. And then the Uber I got from the hotel back to the airport was a piece of shit van that had like duct tape and like frayed seats. The center console had a tip jar, and he was playing like some African Christian mixture music that was super loud.
Dave Matthews Band.
No, it's one of those off bands that you get like the guy's mixtape at, you know, in the back alley kind of thing. It wasn't even the good shit. It was just like this like, oh, praise Jesus, oh, blah, like weird shit. And I'm like, what the fuck is this? Like, it was literally, that was like the reversal. Like, can I have the nice car again? Can I have the nice car, please? I promise I'll be good. But yeah,
He probably gave you a 1 on Uber that makes you have the shitty Ubers.
I don't know. I just, like I said, that was the only time where I laughed, where Wisconsin, where I had the first car was amazing, and the second car was like, I mean, the guy was nice, don't get me wrong. The second guy was nice, but like his car was just shit, you know? Like grandma's van shit. And having a tip jar in the middle console, which is technically illegal by Uber standards. You can't have a tip jar. Like, my man, I'm not gonna tip you. Please don't. And try to sell your mixtapes on the side. Please stop.
Someone tried to sell me their mixtape while I was in their Uber.
Yep.
My mom,
Okay,
I don't know why, it's always the pony, I swear, it's always my pony conventions have the dumb stories. We went to a pony convention in San Francisco? Yeah, San Fran. I think it was San Fran or San Diego. I don't know. It was in California. The BabsCon one. BabsCon, yeah. And it's when my mom came with me because I needed an extra person to steal her free suitcases from Southwest. So
I'll be here for.
I pretty much had the airfare covered because of some, I think my dad and I think it was a Delta incident. I used the free voucher to pay for the airfare, and then I had points for the hotel.
We're Delta Airlines.
Yeah, Delta gave me the free fucking voucher.
Fucking nightmare.
So my dad gave me his voucher, so I basically covered my whole airfare. I think I had hotel points for the hotel, and then I worked for the con, so the table was technically free. So I didn't pay a dime for this con. I was like, yeah, hell yeah, I'll make money. My mom decided, because I'm selling at the con, she wanted to go enjoy the area, the Bay Area a little bit. So she got an Uber to go somewhere nearby. She told me later, the guy that picked her up had this really shitty van. Like, it stunk like death rolled over, frayed seats, questionable stains on the carpets inside of it. You know, it smelled like cigarettes and shit. Like, it was gross. She didn't want to get into it, but she got into it. And then when the guy got her into, when she got in the car, he goes, you know, he started yelling at her, kind of like an angry, like Arabic kind of, like, where are you going? Where you going? Where do you want to go? And she's like, it's on the Uber, like, where I'm going. And he goes, no, I can't go there. No, I can't go there. She's like, what do you mean you can't go to this hotel? No, I can't go. No, I'm not allowed. No, get out. And he just shoved her out in the middle of the fucking fair. Like, she's like, what the fuck? As he just took off. So she got another Uber, and she asked this guy, she's like, hey, can you take me to this hotel? And he goes, yeah, why? She goes, well, the last one told me he could. And he goes, well, that's weird. And she told me the story later in the hotel, and I said, Mom, complain, because the guy did charge her. Like, she got charged that fare for that first Uber. I said, Mom, that's not normal. What the fuck? She didn't like complaining. So she did complain, and then they gave her back the fare. I said, you better report his ass. Like, you said, like, what was his car like? She goes, it was horrible. I said, that's against Uber. They can't have disgusting cars. And also, she's like, yeah, the car was, like, super old and, like, broken down. It was covered in... I'm like, nah. Uber has a 5-year at most for the cars. They can't be older than 5 years old. If that car, the way you described it, that's like a 15-year-old car. That's not allowed. So it sounds like, I don't know why he wasn't allowed the hotel, but I'm guessing the hotel probably didn't let that guy either. That's probably why he started. I'm like, but when you take a fare from Uber, doesn't it tell you where they're going?
Yes.
Yeah, so the guy knew where she was going. So as I was like, Mom, why is he screaming at you where you're going when he can see it on his screen?
No reason.
I know, like I said, she was just funny. She's like, I don't want to complain.
That's just how he communicates. That's his love language.
No, he kicked her out in the middle of the fair. He drove her like 10 feet and then literally almost shoved her out of the car, she said. Like, I remember she's like, yeah, he yelled at her angrily to get out, get out, get out.
That's the love language. Oh my god.
I just know that was like, again, it's always the pony cons. I have these weird stories like that where it's either strange Uber drivers, strange circumstances. Yeah. It's... I only got lost in Canada once, so that's my only Canada, lost in Canada. After that, I've learned, just don't fucking wander Canada. Just don't.
Canada's terrifying.
At night it is.
Being
At
out-
daytime it's fine. At night though, I didn't realize my brain just couldn't comprehend, like, locations or landscape, you know? Because, like, it's night, it's different. It's...
Yep.
You're like,
I'm
wait a minute.
terrifying.
The colors are gone. Wait a minute. I can't see the bay. I can't see the ocean. Fuck. Shit.
I'm terrified
ocean?
of being. I'm terrified of being outside at night. It's scary.
Like I said, that's what scared me into finally getting a damn phone charger. Because I remember at that point I was like, I don't need a stupid charger. I have chargers in the wall sockets. And then dumb me didn't bring the charger to charge at the hotel for that Brony convention. Because I was like,
Actually,
I can play
I was
some
saying,
chess.
you have a gigantic one and two of them at that.
Yes, because one broke my ankle. The
No, I
fucking
saw it.
brick.
Only you.
Uh-huh.
Mhm.
Was that also a pony
Who
convention?
beat you up? Oh, it was my.
It was in my
portable
lap.
charger.
We were at the airport. My mom and I were waiting for our flight. I had the charger in my lap, and then she's like yelling at me to hurry up. So I stood up real quick, and of course, what happens? The giant brick of a charger slides down my lap, hits that bony part of your ankle that sticks out, that little bone part, that little knob. That's what it hit. And I remember I screamed out in pain. She's like, "Are you okay?" I said, "No." My ankle swelled up for like a day or two, and it bruised for like, it hurt for like a month or so. I went to the doctor about it. And of course, what's the doctor do? She pushes on it, and I start screaming in the office. She's like, "I don't think it's broken." I'm like, "Can you stop squishing it, please?" She's like, "Oh, sorry." And I'm like, "Stop!" Like, bully!
Mhm.
I'm pretty sure I probably just fractured it, because they scanned it, they did an x-ray, and they couldn't, I mean, it's such a small area, but every now and then it kind of hurts, but it's gotten better. I'm pretty sure I probably fractured it, like a hairline fracture or something. Because, yeah,
Or no.
I mean, you've
Or
seen
it got
phone
very
chargers.
swollen.
Oh, yeah, it was swollen. Like I said, it hurt for me to walk or move my ankle. So I'm like, yeah, I'm pretty sure it was more than just a bruise. I bruised pretty easily, but that pain was like another level. I remember the worst part was I had to walk on the airplane. I was like, I hate this so much. And Mom's like, "I'm sorry." I said, "Why did you scare me? I was sitting down, and she made me panic." And I was like, "Wait, the flight's leaving?" And she's like, "No, it's not." I'm like, "Then why did you tell me to get up?"
Tragic.
I know. See, I just talk. I have fun stories like this. You can experience my trauma together. It's the SpongeBob meme. It's imagination. I can fill your heads with my trauma. My trauma is for everyone.
I don't have
On
fun
other news,
trauma. I just have
I
regular old PTS level trauma.
guys,
Enjoy the trauma. Brought to
I
you
just
by
don't
Frosty
remember
Flakes.
finished.
I'm like, I just don't remember my childhood level trauma.
Guys,
Oh, if you want childhood trauma or dumb shit. So when I was a kid, well, when I was younger, like little kid, our neighbors next door to us, they had a lot of problems. They fought a lot, I guess. My mom is a retired cop now, but she was still active police back then. We came home from
What do you
McDonald's for dinner one night, and there was a bunch of police cars outside of our neighbor's house. My mom, being the snoop, we pulled into our driveway, turned the lights off. She sneaks into our house, throws me in there, tells me go in her bedroom, which is, of course, her bedroom is next to our neighbor's house. And she's like, "Eat your nuggies. I'm gonna check on what's going on." So dumb child me.
no.
There was later on I learned it was an armed standoff. I guess the husband was kind of being a dick to the wife there, and he was holding a gun to her and shit. And the cop
Oh,
tried to talk him
God.
down.
Fun.
I sat on my mom's bed. I opened her window and I yelled out, "Hey, mommy, is everything okay?" She
God
told me she
damn
was
it.
mortified. And I heard her say, "Kelsey, close the window." I'm sorry. I said, "Okie dokie." I closed the window.
Oh, God damn it.
I said, "To be fair, Mom, you put me in the bedroom that was closest to the danger. I should have been in the living room, which is the opposite side of the house." You know? She's like, "I didn't think you were gonna get in the bed and open the window." I said, "I was like 6. I was curious." I was like, "What are you doing?" I didn't know what they were doing. I saw a bunch of cop lights and I heard like the bullhorn, and I couldn't understand what they were saying. I heard like, you know, like wah 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 wah. Nothing happened. He eventually got arrested, but I'm just saying, like, Mom was like, she was so terrified. She's like, "You stupid child! I told you to eat your nuggies." I said, "I finished my nuggies."
I
I finished the nuggies and I'm bored. What you doing? Stupid child, you're gonna get shot. Get the fuck back in there. Okie dokie. Close window. Yes, I was stupid.
Gosh, that is definitely something. That reminds me of the time when I was a tiny, and we were at the beach, and me being child decided I want to see the buoys, and I was like freaking 7, you know, like
Okay.
6, and I just pick up my floaties and I just go to the sea and go to the buoys,
Oh wait, you went by
you know,
yourself?
by myself.
You stupid child!
You say it as you as a stupid child
I
opens
opened
the
a
window,
window
and
next to an armed standoff. I wasn't in the armed standoff, and also it's like I have brick in a window. I mean, if he shot at me, that was it. That would have been fault. But
But yeah, not the first time I have a brush with death
Jesus
like that.
Christ.
It's so weird.
You went out to the frickin' beach by yourself. Hopefully, no one kidnaps me. Hopefully, I don't drown.
And I did
I
the
don't
same.
die.
And I did, yeah, and they like then my dad realized and then pulled me back.
And the only story I had with my dumb child was when I was a little kid. If you
And it
remember
was,
the original
and I did
Targets.
also though.
Oh, sorry, you go.
And another stuff is that in another day, in another year, I don't know if it was 1 year later or it was just a week later in the vacations. I got bored of being at the beach, so I walked back to the where we were staying alone, and it was a long walk, and they were terrified about where the fuck did I went.
Oh my god. But I was gonna say,
What
like,
was
if
that?
you remember back when Targets used to have the round circular fixtures, like, you know,
Oh,
with
yeah.
all the clothes in the super circle thing.
When I was tiny, we don't have Target here, but I know which clothes you're talking about.
Yeah,
When I was
I
tiny,
don't
used to
know why I
hide
remember it
there.
was Target, but I remember as a kid, my dad would take me to Target because, again, only child, and I used to hide in those circle racks because the way they were
Same.
designed was they had that crossbar in the middle that you
Yeah,
could stand up on so you could hide
and
your
it
feet,
was.
and then you duck down and you just
Mhm.
hide in the, you know, I was small, so I would
Yep.
hide in the rack. There was
Mhm.
one time where
Same.
I hid in the rack, and my
Mhm.
dad was yelling for me, like, "Where are you, Kels? Like, where are you?" And I was being, you know, hee hee hee, being quiet. I remember this lady opened the rack up, she looked at the clothes, she sees me, closes the clothes, and just kind of walks away. And then I hear my dad saying in a very angry voice, like, you know, "If you don't
Mhm.
come out at the count of 10, I'm leaving." I'm like, there's no way. So I hear the 1, 2,
Mhm.
I'm still waiting. He gets to 9 and he turns and starts walking out the store. Like, I see him bolt and I'm like, shit.
Mhm.
So I bolt out of there. I run over to him. I remember he grabbed my arm, yanked me, and I said, "I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry." He goes, "No, we're leaving." I said, "But I came out." He goes, "Nope, we're leaving."
Nope. We're living.
He dragged me out to the car. I was sad because I didn't get a toy or anything. We didn't go to Target for like a month after that, and even then, he watched me like a fucking hawk and said, "Don't you dare!" Because he saw the clothing racks. He goes, "Don't you dare!" And I learned my lesson. I never
Don't
hid in
you
them ever
dare.
again. Yeah,
Just
I was a dumb
just say
kid.
that. Just say that.
Mm-hmm.
And it happened very similar to mine. But the difference is I kept doing it.
No, I stopped because, again, my dad threatened to buy me more toys from the toy department, and I was like, nope.
Mm-hmm.
I was an only child, man. My dad used to always give me at least one toy per visit, so if I wanted that
Okay.
Barbie or that Lego, I would behave. I would
Yep.
be good.
Big balance.
I had to be good.
Also, Legos are fucking expensive. Oh my god.
Oh, now they are, but I used to get like Playmobiles and all the other stuff. But I get like one Barbie or like one of the Barbie outfits or
I only got one
plushie or
Lego set
something.
in my life.
Or I'd get ice cream afterwards if we go to like Baskin Robbins or something.
That's nice.
We used to do unbirthday celebrations because we used to love Alice in Wonderland. So during summertime, my dad and I would go to Baskin Robbins. We'd get like an ice cream cake. We would go to Target. We'd each get ourselves one gift. We'd wrap our gifts. We'd put Alice in Wonderland on the TV. We would fast forward to the unbirthday song, watch that scene, and then open our own gifts and then have ice cream cake.
That's adorable.
It was fun.
Ooh, ice cream cake sounds good.
I know. Maybe next time. But anyway, the only problem was, I think it was the year after that my dad got a girlfriend, so we had to incorporate her daughters into the unbirthday celebration, and yeah, they kind of ruined it for me.
Balance.
They were kind of entitled little brats. You're like, but Kels, you got gifts all the time. I said, I know, but when we had to go to Target and buy each of them a gift, and we had to wrap it. My dad's girlfriend at the time, she didn't understand what was so fun about it for us, because like we were just being silly. But yeah, we had to get each of them a gift, and they didn't like their gifts, and they were complaining about shit, and
Bruh.
they didn't like the ice cream cake because we got just a plain vanilla ice cream or chocolate cake, and they're like, we wanted like, these flavors. We're like, no, we're not buying everyone a single cake. Like that's too expensive, and we don't need like 4 ice cream cakes kind of shit.
It's literally like.
They also used to drink my
tradition.
soda. You know what they used to do? All 3 of them, so the mom and the two daughters, they would each take a soda, one of my Cokes, take 2 sips, and leave it on the counter. And then they would forget about it. It'd get hot, so they get another soda.
And flat.
Yeah. And we would tell them my dad had the really cool freezer mugs in the freezer, the ones that like they have the frost around the outside of them. We would tell them, pour your soda into that so it would like turn to a slushie, and they're like, but it's flat. Well, who let it get flat? Oh, dude, you think my soda addiction's bad? They would go through a 12-pack in like a day.
But they let it go flat.
Yeah, because they would go, it got cold and flat, and they'd open another soda. I remember I came, because I only saw my dad like Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday in the middle of the week, so the weekend my mom's time, because my parents were never married, they're separate houses, but anyway.
Yeah.
So when I go to his house, I would look on the
play
counter,
back.
and there'd be like 7 soda cans on the fucking counter. I would pick them up, and I'm like, this thing is like, you'd feel it's heavy. You're like, this is full of weight. And I look at it, I'm like, it's still full. And I kind of got mad at them. And even my dad got mad. He goes, we're not made of money, and those are Kelsey's sodas. Like, that's for her when she comes over. And I said, I don't mind if you guys want one, but can you not waste like half the pack on one single day?
Like, the thing that drives me the most home is that it's not like they drink a lot of soda. It's that they drink a sip of soda.
Yes, thank
and
you.
then they let it go flat.
And like I said, we're not made of money. And my dad, even back then when I was a kid, soda was still like, a 12-pack was still like $4. So they would go through like $20 in a week. And my dad's like, I'm not made of that kind of money. Can you guys like either drink the soda you already have, which you point out, we have the freezer mugs, you can pour it into that and turn it into a slushie, or just don't drink it, or go buy your own fucking soda. And they kind of got hissy and they got mad at my dad, but he goes, I buy that for her when she comes by, that's for her to drink. That's not for you guys, not a communal soda. Yeah, like I said,
Now I buy you sodas.
I know. Well, actually, yeah, you bought them from Costco. Yes. Actually, I need to put them into the fridge in the out. I'm running low. I need to put them into the fridge outside. Not
It's
inside.
not as bad as.
But
the worst thing I do is drink a Monster Energy a day.
Oh, that's fine. That's
Oh
fine.
my
My boss
god.
drinks like 2 a day, so don't feel bad.
How is she alive?
She works retail. What do you expect? It's kind of required.
2 a
Oh
day?
my god.
Sometimes 3 if she's pushing it.
I use
Oh my god.
3 a day.
That
Like,
she's gonna
like
fall
the
over
full
dead.
size.
Her heart's gonna
like-
burst.
See,
Like the big that the normal size cans, those are like
it's the big cans that she drinks.
big
I've seen my boss
servants.
drink those.
No,
Yeah.
no, I'm talking about the 24-ounce cans.
Like this is what I'm talking about. Like what the fuck?
But okay, anyway, back to my my
How?
dad's the girlfriend phase. I think
Mhm.
I was
The
about
girlfriend
like
dating.
I think I was 12 or so, 10. I was like
Just a
it
phase.
it was weird, okay? Like I remember as a kid, I remember it was funny like for the longest time my dad was single, you know, cuz after my mom and him kind of broke up a little bit.
Hello,
I,
hello.
yeah. I forget at what point he met this woman. I don't want to even name her cuz fuck it. I hate her kind of. She's kind of an asshole now. When he first met her, apparently she was a waitress at Denny's. And he met her because he went to
Okay.
Denny's, but it was like a Denny's on the other side of town, so he only gone there a few times. And he met her, kind of had a thing. I'm like, well, yeah, she's a waitress. They're kind of nice to you.
Dad was prison of people in Diddy. That's awesome.
My dad,
They paid to be
I'm telling you,
nice.
my dad in his prime, man, he was a playboy. He had
Oh
multiple
my God.
girlfriends. I mean, he got my mom, and by the way, he's 13 years older than her, so yeah,
Oh god.
she went for the older man. But I mean,
Mhm.
he had the riz. I'm just saying. My dad, I've seen pictures of him when he was
Your
younger.
dad,
He had it.
your dad had risk.
He did. But anyway, so he brought me along one time to meet this woman because he had told me he was kind of he was embarrassed, but he was secretly dating her behind my back. And I said, that's fine. I mean, I only see you like 3 days a week, so whatever you do outside the 3 days, it's like I said you're an adult. I said, is it weird? Yeah, but I knew that some kids' parents moved on, and you and mom never got married, and you don't live together, but
Yeah.
we're pretty happy. I said, that's fine. I said, it makes you happy. And I met her, and she was really nice to me. She gave, at the time, Denny's had those little connector toys that connects things. She gave me a bunch of them for free. So
Oh my.
I was like, hey, she already won the kid over. And so, you know, she came over more often, and she brought her two fucking hellspawn daughters.
Yeah.
And then I met her son. He's the oldest.
Oh.
The reason why I didn't meet him at first was because he was in juvie.
Oh.
Oh yeah, that boy, he was in mental health hospital after mental hospital, and then eventually
Mm.
he did a lot of crime and then wound up in juvie. I think he's still in prison now, but anyway, she brought him over once.
Crime boy.
Oh, he was scary crime boy. This is kind of why my dad broke up with her, because when she brought him over one time for him to meet all of us, I was in the other room. He had gone into my bedroom, and I heard them talking and arguing because I was in the kitchen. I peeked my head out, and he had gone to my room and grabbed like one of my little. I had like figurines like from like little unicorn figurines, like those porcelain ones. He had grabbed one, and she had told him, no, that's Kelsey's, you can't have that. And he said, but I want it. And by the way, at that point he was 16, and I was like 12, so there's a big age gap. He's also a very big boy. Not fat, but just tall. She kept telling him, hey, that's not yours, you can't have it. He then slammed it down like football style and smashed it and said, well, fine, if I can't have it, no one can. And that's what scared my dad and scared me. Because my dad's like, if he can do that to her stuff, what's he gonna do to her if he wanted something? And he's like, and she's a little kid.
Yeah.
So he always told her, like, you gotta deal with your son. Like, you either and she's like,
Yeah.
I keep sending him away to all these, like, hospitals. They don't help him. It's like, he needs, like, psychiatric help. He needed shit. But
Psychiatric help and a support group.
I, said,
Oh my
I only
God.
saw him, like, maybe twice in my entire time they were dating. Because, again, he would just pop right. He would do something. He would do something else and go right back into whatever system he went into. I forget. But he bounced around so many help places / eventually juvie and / jail. So my mom later told me she arrested him several times on the streets. So that kid, but yeah, anyway, her two other hellspawn daughters were both equally as psychotic. Not as bad as him. They obviously weren't like, you know, jailbirds, but they just didn't like me for some reason. I tried to befriend both of them. The oldest girl, she was like 2 years older than me. She didn't want anything to do with me. She didn't give a shit. The one that was my age, she was the type of kid that clings to the popular girls, but the popular girls just abuse her, and she's okay with it because she thinks she's popular, if you get me. Oh, on her birthday, she invited them all to my dad's house, which my dad's house is super tiny. It's like 900 square feet. It's tiny. It's a house, though. It's an adobe house, so it's really fucking small.
Mm-hmm.
My mom's house, in comparison, is like 2,200 square feet, so... Anyway.
Trying my best to think here because I think in metric.
Oh, sorry. Imagine a normal apartment. That's about the size of my dad's house.
Yeah.
It's if you know what adobe houses
Mhm.
look like, just type them in. That's what it
Yeah.
looks like. It's a white adobe. It's a 2-bedroom, 1-bath house. It's really tiny. It was made like in the 30s, I think.
Mm-hmm.
He got it in the 70s for like $50,000.
Mhm.
They value it now at like 180, but that thing is a piece of shit. It's not even. I don't think it's even worth like 110,000, but fucking inflation, am I right? Anyway,
Mhm.
she invited all of her so-called high school friends to my dad's house for her birthday party, and I was like, it's weird because like she lives in an apartment with her mom and her sister, and they had a pool there, which I thought was cool as a kid. I'm like, you got a pool, like that's cool. Why don't you have a pool party? Why don't you go to the park? No, she invited all of her so-called school friends to my dad's house, and I'm like, okay, that's fine. It was awkward because I'm like, hey, I'm not really her sister. Our parents are dating, so I'm just the awkward stepsister. We're not really married yet, so we're not blood, but it's just awkward. And we did like a slumber party thing, so they were like playing games like Truth and Dare and shit, and playing with Barbies and just talking. And she wanted like Bob for apples, so my dad made like a little barrel with water and apples in the kitchen for us to try to bob for. And I remember at one point she had gone to the bathroom, like she left to go to the bathroom, and her friends were all around me, and they all said, hey, you're kind of cool, Kels, but she's just a fucking freak. I'm like, what? They go, yeah, we felt bad. Our parents kind of forced us to come to this party. I'm like, but you're really cool. Dude, she was in the living room. I saw her peeking, so she fucking faked going to the bathroom just to see what they would say. She later got mad at me for her so-called friends liking me more, and I said, that's not my problem. She went to some kind of special, like, some kind of one of those weird schools, like in a outlet mall, so it wasn't even like a I went to public school, she went to some kind of weird private-ish school. I don't know, but like I said, after that point on, she kind of hated me, because she thought that I stole her friends, and I said, I wasn't even trying. Hell, I only have my own friends. Like, I was an introvert. I was a nerd. I was being quiet. It was her party. But her friends did not care about her. I remember the day when my dad asked me, because we looked at houses together with her. They were looking at buying a house together. And my dad had told me that they had a little bit of a fight because he had asked her, because I would be there all the time. Again, I would only be there part of the week. He wanted my bedroom to have a lock on the door so her hellspawn wouldn't go into my room and steal my shit. And she's all like, they won't go in there. He goes, your son broke her figure. One of your daughters stole one of her Barbies and ruined the hair on it. Like, she fucked it up. Like, she brushed it the wrong way. She put it in a ponytail. She cut it and was like, whoopsies. I'm like, you're 13. You shouldn't be doing whoopsies. You're not 2. You ruined my Barbie. Like, I had to throw her away. Like, she just ruined the Barbie. It's like, he's like, I just don't want your daughters to go in there and, like, steal, like, her underwear or something. Or, like, TP her room or something. Or use her makeup or something, you know? Like, I want her to have the privacy that's her own room, that she can leave stuff here. And she just fought against it. Like, no, I don't want locks on any doors. He goes, I just want a lock on her door. And so he sat me down and said, you know, do you want her to be your, like, second mom? And I said, Dad, I know she makes you happy, but I'm gonna be honest, I don't like her. I don't like her kids. I really don't want this to continue. And he said, thank you for your honest opinion. And he broke up with her.
Yeah.
My mom, I remember after I told her that, she's like, you made him break up? I said, Mom, he's an adult. He just wanted his kid's opinion just to say, would she be happy? And he realized he wasn't really happy with her anyway, because we both agreed that when she was still working at Denny's, she was really nice. But then after she started dating my dad, she actually applied for the police department and worked there for them.
you're going way back.
I know, right?
Jesus.
Mhm.
I was going through my childhood. I'm not naming names,
Yeah.
though. I'm not naming names. I'm not saying names.
Hey, bro.
No, no,
Say
no,
names.
no, no, no
Say-
name. No names.
Oh, we can.
No names.
No names. No
No
names.
doxing.
Even
no doxing.
No
even
doxing.
Attenborough.
Can we make up aliases for them at least?
I mean, I can call her A.
Twiddle,
Her
Twiddle D and
daughters were
Twiddledum.
C and also A, so A2.
Twiddle D and Twiddledum.
The boy was a D.
Mhm.
That helps you, I guess. But like I said, my dad asked me about that. Yeah, and she applied. Well, she applied to work on the police force after leaving Denny's, and she just became a total.
She put me down as a referral.
Yeah, she put my mom down as a referral. The man, her ex-boyfriend's, not wife, but I guess the only karma is that she gained like a shit ton of weight. Like, I'm not kidding. Like, she used to be pretty skinny and pretty fit, and then when she joined the police force and became a detective and shit, she gained like 300
How?
pounds.
Because of donuts.
Oh yeah, my dad said he later, because she had this philosophy. She's like, oh, I have to have a meal every time. He goes, you don't have to have a meal every time, like for your breaks. You can have like a granola bar. And she's like, no, I need a full meal. So she would like go to a restaurant and have a full meal. He's like, that's why you gain so much weight, because as a cop, you're always sitting down in your police car or at your desk. You're not doing a lot of activity, and you don't need a meal every time. Oh, it's lunch. I need a full meal. Oh, it's dinner. I need a full meal. But yeah, like I said, that was my dad's weird saga into dating and
Dating.
my weird childhood midway through middle school of just having to deal with that
The evil stepsisters.
and potential homicidal stepbrother.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, if we did marry into that, fuck man,
Okay.
that kid would fucking be he's a sociopath. I'm sorry. My mom I told you, my mom arrested him later, years later. She's like, I recognize that name.
Yep.
And also another deal breaker for my dad was when he was talking to her about all of us kids reaching 18 and going to college or anything. Nope. Her idea is once a kid turns 18, they're fucking on their own.
Bruh.
Fuck them kids. My dad had a college fund for me. He's like, I'm gonna give her an opportunity to actually, succeed. And she's like, nope. When they're 18, I'm not helping them anymore. That's also,
Bruh.
that was a deal breaker too. He goes, no, I feel like we should at least help our kids. Like, that's kind of not fair. You
Having
birth
kids,
them.
what is that?
Yeah, it's like, then why did you have 3 fucking hellspawn if you didn't want them? Which is kind of obvious because she kind of abandoned the boy. Because I mean, that kid was left to the system and he got kicked out, and then he became a criminal. So. So yeah, that was my fun dive into potentially having a stepmom and step siblings.
Perk of being a homosexual inclined person.
It's okay.
No kids.
I don't want kids either. Sorry, babe. No kids.
Oh my
So we're
god.
adopting.
If we have enough money to adopt.
Me
we need
thinking on the
money.
future.
We gotta save the starving
Hello?
Ethiopian kids. Have you ever seen South Park?
The what starving
Hello?
kids? Yeah, we hear you.
Starving Ethiopian kids.
Starving Marvin.
Starving Ethiopian kids.
Yeah,
Jesus Christ.
starving Margaret. Yeah.
You know what's funny? Speaking of,
Okay.
you're bringing memories to the surface. I hate you for this.
Your own?
I can hear you.
Like, okay, I was saying because like no bringing on the topic of like wanting childs in the future. I'm so conflicted on that because I don't know if I want to or if I don't. Like,
I would say if you don't want to have your own children, adopting
I-
foster care is really good.
I don't
A lot of
know.
kids. There's a lot of kids that are in the
Yeah.
system that need help. Like a lot of kids.
Yeah.
And it's just not fair
thing.
to them. Like they got
Mhm.
the short end of the fucking stick, and it's like
Mhm. Because I don't want to have my own kids.
same. I don't want to be pregnant. So
Like,
I don't want to carry a
I
kid. I
wish-
can't afford in vitro for somebody else to be
I-
my surrogate.
I mean,
That's like $300,000 for a surrogate, man.
I'm like,
It's expensive.
from my side, it's like I wish I could, but I can't
I know. I'm
for
sorry.
obvious reasons.
But Anyway,
Friend's doing that right now. Actually, she's really, 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 really expensive.
who's doing it?
I have a friend that's doing
Oh,
that
your
right
friend.
now.
Yeah, surrogacy is really expensive because I
Yeah.
think it's minimum like $200,000, and then it's anywhere. It can go up to like obviously $1 million if you're paying for all their
But, like-
medical needs.
In general, I simply don't know.
Well, if you want a story from my past, once again, my grandma when I was a kid, our neighbors were a pastor. He was a local pastor. He's really cool. Actually, he was actually a really cool pastor. I will admit. Like, he's the only one actually I would probably listen to sermons to. Anyway, they were older, but they couldn't have kids, or did they have kids? I forget now. I know when I was a kid, they adopted 2 or 3 girls from China. This is back in the 90s. So, of course, that's when the whole China ban they only had 1 kid and they were getting rid of a lot of the girls.
Yep.
And so they adopted the first girl. I met her. She was so timid and shy. She didn't know any English. And then, like, a few years later, they got her sister. I would play with them every now and then. They were pretty cool. But, like I said, they were an older couple, and they adopted up to 3 of the girls from China. At least 2, I think, were actually sisters. So it was kind of sweet. And of course, now you look at China, and they have all the problems now because of that 30-plus year ban of having only 1 kid, and nobody wanted girls. And I think right now their population is like 80% male.
Something like that.
Yeah, so it's like it's so skewed so horribly. Like, to date any women there is impossible. And they're trying to encourage families to have more than 1 kid now. They're like, you can have 2 kids now. And they're like, you can keep a female, please. Please keep the girls.
China.
Oh, that was their fault, man. They fucked up on that.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I know it's late for you guys. I'm sorry.
It's
Fine.
I forget that you guys are like way different time.
Friday.
Oh yeah.
It's the day of the fry, so. Plus, I was.
Lily, you're kind of going in and out.
Yeah, I put my finger on top of the mic again.
Oh, okie dokie. Don't do that.
Okay, I'm finished with college now, and it's Friday, so. Well, for now, anyway. Didn't pass my exams, but that's okay. I can try again.
You will need to try again, yes. How dare you
Yeah,
not pass your
and
exams.
as much as I'm terrified of student loans, I already started, so I better finish them.
Well, yeah, once you stop going to school, the loans start up. I know, because my dumbass cousin did that. My drunkard cousin has like 3 DUIs now under his belt. Dear fucking God. Dumbass decided to pull out I think a $30,000 student loan, and then proceeded to fail the next class, and then he said, I'm done with college, and we're like,
Dumbass.
you may want
You
to
have to-
reconsider saying you're done with college. Well, why? You're gonna have to owe that 30 grand back to them, you dumbass. I don't have any money. Well, that's the government for you. People say, like, take at least 1 class so you don't have to owe back the student loan right away. Or don't take it out at all. Like, if you weren't gonna finish
Yeah, it's-
college, then don't take it out.
Yeah, I'm going my best to finish it.
No, you're doing
Also,
good.
I'm terrified.
I'm telling you, my cousin's a dumbass. This boy is barely, 23 now, and he has like 2 DUIs under his belt now.
What is
I'm
a
under
DUI?
scholarship.
He has more DIs than I have degrees.
He
What is
also
a
has that
DUI?
breathalyzer attached to his car now.
Oh, that's fun.
It's
Fun.
really fun. I don't know how he's gonna afford the lawyer
Oh.
fees and how he's gonna get out of this shit.
I'm just trying to buy a
my
damn house.
God.
That's not $1 million.
I'm
Oh my God,
watching the
suddenly.
TikToks. They're talking about the housing market will be going down soon, hopefully.
I was about to say the bubble should pop.
It's
Eventually.
the Airbnb bubble's gonna pop too. 'Cause
Yeah.
the Airbnb is suffering really bad right now with the stuff. So they should be.
Oh my God.
They're gonna flood the market with Airbnb houses. So hopefully it'll bring the price down. It should.
I'm-
Anyway.
That now the whole talking about loans has got me terrified. Oh my God.
You should be fine. Just keep in mind that student loans are the only loans you can't forgive for bankruptcy. So.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, so make them your personal loans rather than school loans.
Oh yeah,
Yep.
actually, because then you could say nope and not pay it off.
Yeah, that's the reason why I know this stuff.
You learned the tricks of the trade. Got it.
Oh yeah, I learned it through my jewels.
But yeah, I need to calm down. I have a support system.
You're
I
good.
have a
What do you
college fund.
What were you going to school for?
Industrial civil engineering.
Oh, okay. What
It's about
what is that?
it works about like playing out the factories and efficiency around like city planning, around industry and production.
Oh,
For a civil
Like
engineer.
production lines,
civil engineers are needed
yeah,
everywhere.
production lines, factories, even some law stuff.
Gross civil engineer.
hmm Civil engineer, but more
You.
centered on industry. Yeah, I know I'm
You.
gross.
Rose.
Yeah, I know I'm
You're
a
the
gross.
worst. You're the worst engineer. Why?
Bully me. I'm a
I
I
gross
will.
engineer.
I don't have any say in engineering because that's totally out of my scope of fortes.
I will bully you for being a stupid bio.
I have an accounting degree and I
Fine.
don't use it.
Hey, I'm not into. It's not bioengineering.
No, civil. That's me. I'm bio.
Oh yeah, you're.
Oh,
You're bio.
Oh.
Oh no.
That's like NFL versus the other football people.
Gosh.
I'm not good
The
with
other
analogies.
football
I
people.
thought.
I don't remember the
thought
other one.
about
It's NFL.
going-
What's the other one? Fuck.
I thought about going
Not
bio, but
NBA,
there's
that's
literally
basketball.
like no field on work here, like none.
Hey, try me.
Like
I mean, when
nothing.
I first left, I went to community college and I got
Mhm,
accounting degrees, liberal arts degrees, business degrees. I have
mhm.
a shit ton of degrees. When I first got out, I couldn't find any job because all of them said, and I quote, they want experience over the education. Okay,
Ah.
fine. So then I applied to a temp agency for accounting temps. You know, temp work.
Mhm.
Throw me at a place that needs someone to help do their books for a while. Again, they told me I need experience, and I literally facepalm saying, that's why I applied to you. So I could
Yeah.
get, they're like, well, we can start you in the office temps and work your way to accounting temps. I said, fine, whatever. Just give me jobs, give me work. So I had to retake all the stupid
Millennial time.
tests. Yeah. I took all the tests, like all the writing words per minute tests and typing tests and shit. And
Nice.
whatever. I remember I went home that day, and then I got a phone call midday saying, hey, we have a job. Can you take it? Cool, when is it? It's like in 2 hours. Fuck. Oh, and by the way, during your interview today, yeah, those sneakers you were wearing, what about them? I have a foot problem. Yeah, you need to get better shoes. Click.
It's a lie.
Fuck. Hey, Mom, turn around. We need to go back to the shoe store and get me some... Why? I need to get some more proper slip-on shoes because my dirty, ratty, New Balance $200 shoes are not good enough for these snooty people. So,
Yes.
story
Looking
time.
for an excuse.
My first job with this temp agency was a living fucking hell. There's a reason why I was called 2 hours after my interview for this job, and why the other person said "fuck you" and left. So, they told me so they told me this job was a front desk for a community, like for an art college. They're like, oh, you're an artist. They're art school. I think I had heard of the art school when I was like applying for jobs. But then I remember when I looked at how much these art schools cost. I was like, they're scams.
Yeah, no.
They're fucking scams.
Yeah, no.
Don't do them.
Yeah, no.
Chat, stream if you can hear me. If anyone can hear me out in the void, do not do
Don't.
those Brown Mackey style schools. They are fucking. There's a reason why Brown Mackey no longer exists, or Art Institute. They're all scams. If you're gonna go to school, go to a proper community college, and then go to a major university if you can afford it, or get a scholarship if you can. There's tons of Bell grants. But anyway, so I had to work. It was apparently it was a night shift for this front desk job. I said, okay, well, I've never been admissions to a college. This is my first ever desk job, but I mean, how hard can it be? They're gonna train me, right? So I got there at like think like 3:30. The shift ran from like 4 to 8 o'clock Monday through Friday. Okay, so it's only a few hours each day. I can handle it. Wasn't too far from my house. It was like a 15-20 minute drive. I wore decent clothes, and it was just sitting down. I'm like, okay, cool. I'm in air conditioning. I can just fuck on my computer or my phone. I can bring a book to read. Whatever, I can doodle. Because they're like, okay, well, my supervisor was one of the counselors. She leaves at 4:30. So I only had her for half an hour of my shift. And she was a busy counselor, so like she's still seeing students, filing paperwork. So when I got there, the previous day person's already leaving. And they're like, okay, here's the login info. Okay, what do I do? Oh, you answer phone calls and help students. Well, how do I help them? I don't know how to help them. Like, I don't know anything. I don't have any answers. Aren't you gonna stay here and teach me? She's like, no, it's easy. The last class like ends at like 7, so like you'll have a counselor here until at least closing like around 8 o'clock. Oh, okay. She just leaves me there. So I'm like basically finger strumming like, what do I do? I had to learn the phone by myself. I was like, had to push buttons to figure out the phone. But yeah, I mean, pretty much once like it was 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, it just died off. There was almost no kids there, and like, and they only had one class until like 7. And of course, when a kid came to the counter to say, "Hey, I need help," I'm like, "I can't." They're like, "What do you mean?" I said, "I don't even know the hours of operation because no one's told me shit. There's one counselor left, me, and the janitor. We can't help you." I said, "You have to come back tomorrow when they're all here." Because, like, remember one girl asked me, like, "Where's this paper?" I said, "I don't know." And I kind of wandered to the office and said, "I don't know where anything is." So, whatever. Day 1 goes by without any problems for the most part. I'm like, this is confusing, but whatever. Day 2, the lady's like, for a half hour, she's like, "So, how was your first day?" And I'm like, "It was okay, but I would appreciate it if I had somebody, you know, with me for my first fucking shift, or at least my first fucking week." She's like, "Well, I only work till 4:30. I'm like, "Then maybe I should come in earlier, like at 2, so you guys can, like, help train me with the computer and, you know, give me some knowledge so I can at least regurgitate it for the students, or give me a pamphlet or something." She's like, "Oh, you want a task?" I'm like, "Well, yeah, I want a task. I'm fucking bored. I'm just sitting there watching the world go by, playing My Little Pony on my fucking phone." Like, so she's like, "Oh, well, here," and she gave me this stack of like mailers and said, "These are all the student surveys we send out." Like, we used to go to malls or schools, and they would have kids fill out those little postcards. So I had to then enter their info into our computer, and then give them a magazine mailer with their label on it. They didn't tell me how to do it. They didn't show me how to do anything. So I got innovative.
Had to figure it out.
Yeah, I had to manually enter all their shit. I found out where the website was. I'm like, okay, I figured out how to enter it. But then I couldn't figure out how to get the address off of the website. Like, I just couldn't, it wouldn't let me just say right-click, copy, or paste or anything. And then I realized the labels we had were Avery labels, so I just Googled the Avery website, download the template for Avery, and just simply manually entered in their address from the postcard. You know, it took me longer, but I had nothing else to do. The phone rarely rang. Pretty much, the office was a ghost town by 5 o'clock. Like I said, everyone left at 5. One of the counselors would rotate out each day, so like one of them would stay until like 7:30. So then the last half hour, I would be alone. So I did this for like 2 days straight. went through their whole. I finished their whole stack. They were shocked. They're like, "That should have taken like 2 weeks or whatever bullshit." I said, "It wasn't that hard." And it was like I'm a speed typer. I'm really good at typing. I thought they were proud of me. And then like the 3rd day or 4th day in that same week, I decided to clean. They had a head lady that was like not their principal, but like the founder, some rich snob lady. I hate her. Fuck this bitch. I'm gonna tell you why in a minute. She always left like around like 5 o'clock too, so she'd be out by. She apparently was the one I had to be careful about, because she's the one that if she caught you on your phone or reading a book, she was that old school boomer where it's like, you must always work. Don't relax. So when she left, I pulled the phone out and said, "Fuck it," because when she was there, I would pretend to type and just looked bored on the computer. She left. But anyway, I saw her office was like cluttered with books and everything, and I asked her before she left on one of the days. I said, "Hey, do you want me to clean your office for you?" And she's like, "Yeah, sure, go for it." She left. I went in the office. I put the books back, most of them on the shelves. I cleaned up a little bit. I mean, I tidied her whole fucking office up. I'm like, yeah, this was kind of fun.
And then you.
The last,
you
it
put
was
something...
so it was that Thursday. I think it was that Thursday is when shit hit the fucking fan. It was like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, all this shit went down. You know, I did the mailers Tuesday and Wednesday, Thursday, or whatever, you know what I mean. So Monday was nothing day, and then Tuesday, whatever. So I did the mailers quickly. I came in on Thursday. I don't know, was it Friday? Maybe it was Friday. I think well, no, because I called out that Friday. I think it was Thursday. So anyway, when I come in for my shift, I see all of the counselors are in her office. They have that look on their face, like when your mom catches you with your hand in the cookie jar kind of thing.
Yeah.
Dude, they look these are grown adults, and their heads are downward cast, and this woman, her door's open, by the way, to her office. She's fucking yelling at them. Just yelling. Calling them ingrates, saying that they're useless and yada yada this. I was like, what the fuck did they do? So I'm like, I slowly slink into my chair. Like, I'm being quiet because the problem is my desk is like in the open atrium, and she's right behind me where my desk is. So I just slide in the desk as quiet as I can, put my phone down, my book down. I just sit in the chair, my back to her, and I'm like, in my mind, I'm thinking, she can't yell at me. I'm a temp agent. I've only been here for like a week. There's no way. Within like 20 minutes of me sitting down, I hear her yell at me from across the fucking room. I think she either called up my name or something, because I knew it was directed at me, because I could feel the eyes of everyone burrowing in the back of my fucking skull. So I slowly wheel my chair around, and I'm like, yes, ma'am? I say it kind of politely as I get up, and she's like still yelling. So then I approach the fucking door to be a, adult. She doesn't have to yell, because don't forget, this is also an office area this is also the front entrance of this little tiny college. So there are students that can hear this shit, There's the public. So I go into her office door. I lean in to kind of be like, hey, I'm being the polite one. I'm approaching you. And I asked her, like, yes, what's the problem? And she's like, did you do those Avery label things? I said, yeah, I did the mailers. What about it? Well, how did you do it? Well, I went to the website. How'd you do the website? I entered a fake email and got the template. It could have been a virus. I'm like, it was literally the Avery label website. I followed on the back of the printout of the package. Like,
They literally doesn't get it what a virus is.
I know, but she definitely was a boomer. But it was just funny. She's all mad. I'm like, don't worry. I typed in fake email at gmail.com and it worked. It let me download the labels. She's like, she's getting so ornery. And I said, but I did the labels right? Yeah, but you didn't do it the method that we like to do it. I said, well, ma'am, to be honest, no one showed me anything. I was just literally thrown to the wolves. And of course, I don't like being yelled at, and this woman's like just fucking angry at me, and I'm like shaking, going, what the fuck? Like, I did my job, right?
Yeah,
and then,
you
like,
did your
all
job.
I look over at the counselors, like, because they're older than me, and I'm thinking, please, like, back me up. Dude, they were just, like, looking, like, satisfied, like, thank God she's yelling at someone, not me. And I'm like, motherfuckers. But yeah, she's like, well, next time, you can pull them off the website. I said, I didn't know how to pull the address off the website. And I looked through the entire computer. I couldn't find any templates for the printouts. So I'm sorry that I had to download a template. But I did my job, right? I did it a roundabout way. I took it longer, but I still did it quicker than your so-called method, but whatever. I said, I'm sorry. And then I sat back down. And by the way, she never thanked me for cleaning her office. She then, within like, I think 15 minutes of that, she missed all the people. They all scurried out like cockroaches. And then she slammed her door and she left. And I don't know why. She left. I was like, cool, she's gone. And then eventually, like, 5 o'clock, most of the counselors leave. There was one counselor that stayed, because they stayed till like till closing. And it was like around. I remember I was still shaking from all of it. Again, I don't like being yelled at.
Mhm. Nobody likes being
She yelled at me
yelled at.
twice. I remember when I went back. I sat back down twice. She came back and she yelled at me again. I forget what she yelled at me about, but anyway, I think it was like around 7:30 or so, right before the last counselor would leave, and he comes up to me. He was a really sweet. He was African American. So I don't remember his name, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But he said something that made me snap.
Mhm.
He's like, "Hey, at least you survived that, right? I mean, like
Yeah.
she's kind of a jerk, but at least you survived." And I don't know why, I just started sobbing.
Yeah.
I just started uncontrollably crying to the point I ran to the bathroom and I was just hiccuping crying.
Mhm.
And I hate crying in public, so
Mhm.
especially the worst part is I'm now crying at my job and I can't leave for at least another half hour. I was just so upset. And for him to say like that's a normal
Mhm.
like a normal
Normal
Tuesday.
thing.
Yeah. I'm like, I never seen that lady so angry before. And like I said, the whole rest of the week she was normal. She even told me like she knew like other police officers. I'm like, oh cool, she knows my parent or she knows like people in the police force. She's like a really nice lady. And it was like that one day she had nothing kind to say to anyone. It was just you're all losers, you all suck. I'm the best thing here. Do better. And it's like, well, lady, they're trying to do good, but you're asking for the impossible at a fucking scam college. Oh, she yelled at me because the way I answer the phone. I have a speech impediment. You can
Bruh.
obviously hear I talk kind of weird sometimes, and I get tongue-tied easily. The college name was like this super long name. So I would use the abbreviation.
Yeah.
I would say, hey, thank you for calling, Suva or whatever, instead of saying the blah, 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 blah. Because I couldn't say blah, 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 blah. I would literally get tongue-tied. So I was like, but I could say the abbreviation quicker. And, you're answering a phone call. You should be fast, right? It should be, hi, thank you for calling blank. How can I help you? Not, hi, thank you for calling blank, 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 blank. How can I help you? Because people would cut me off, too. I would try to say the full name, and they go, I need this counselor. And I'm like, oh, okay. I was like, fuck it. So she yelled, that was the second thing she yelled at me for, was saying, she's like, say the full name. I'm like, but people know the acronym, though. Like, it's not a big deal. But like I said, for whatever reason, that one counselor, when he talked to me at the end of the night, and he said, like, hey, you survived that, you'll do great. And I didn't survive.
Implies.
Yeah, I'm like, no, I didn't survive. 'Cause
Like,
I felt my eyesight getting blurry, and I'm like, shit. And I ran to the bathroom real quick, and I see my face turning red, and I'm like, fuck. And the tears just won't stop. So I tried like splashing water in my face. I pulled my hair out of the ponytail to try to hide my tears, but I was just hiding behind the desk trying to avert that guy's gaze. I think he later came back. He saw me and he kind of went quiet and shuffled back to his desk. I'm like, yeah, dude.
Yeah.
And then it was later I talked to the janitor who was kind of, I think he had some mental disability because he didn't seem like he was all there, but he was really nice. He wasn't like psychotic, just they abused the fuck out of that man. Like, they made him do so much shit, and I'm like, that wasn't fair. But through him, I kind of figured out what happened, why my previous person, because he said, yeah, you're like the 10th front desk person we've had in like a month. I said, really? What happened to the last girl? Oh, she only lasted 2 days. Huh. And the one before that, about 2 weeks. I'm like, I'm seeing a pattern. This lady, like, once every week or once every 2 weeks has like a literal, like, hate to say it, I'm a girl, but that's worse than a period. You're old lady, so you don't have a period no more. You're past menopause, so whatever the fuck you're having.
Yeah.
But she just has a mental breakdown like once every 2 weeks, and she takes it out on everyone. And I was like, that was my next clue of that's why the agency called me so fast. I bet you that other girl had quit that morning and they saw me and knew that I didn't know about this place. So the worst part is when I remember I got to my car, I got better. I'm like, okay, I feel better. I'm going to leave. And then I got to my car and I remember the drive home. I kept replaying that lady yelling at me. I just broke down sobbing. I almost had a car accident because I couldn't see. I was crying so much.
God.
It was that bad. Like, I was crying so hard. I was, like, trying to blink the tears out of my eyes. I'm like, fuck. I got home, and my mom's like, are you okay? And I was a blubbering mess. I couldn't even say words anymore. I was like, And I finally was able to calm down. I kind of explained through my tears and chokes and drank some water what happened. And she's like, well, there's always tomorrow. I said, no, there's no tomorrow. She's like, what do you mean? I said, I quit. She's like, well, you can't quit. At least finish the week out. I said, nope. The next morning, she's like, well, wait till the next morning. You'll feel better. No, I still felt pretty awful.
No.
So I called up my temp agency. I said, hey, and they're like, oh, perky, like, oh, hey, what's up? And I said, you know that job you sent me to? Yeah, what about it?
I quit.
I can't do that job anymore. And I remember her voice got dropped. And she goes, oh, why?
Yeah.
I said, nope. I said, I was abused. I'm not going back.
Mm-hmm.
You know it's last minute. Can't you just do today? I said, nope. Find someone else to do today. I'm done.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember I was feeling the tears come back, and I was like, nope, I'm done. And she was like,
You're done.
oh, fine.
An
Making it
abuser.
hard on us to find someone to replace you. And I'm like, don't care.
Don't care.
Fuck you.
An abuser. Yep.
The worst part was after I'd called them, I got a phone call from one of the nice counselors from that school.
Yep.
And he was all saying, hey, you know, if we get if you keep staying with us, we're thinking of maybe keeping you on permanently through the summer. And, you know, it'll be fun. You'll have longer hours. We'll discuss maybe having it like weekends too or something. And I was like, yeah, that's great.
Yeah.
Like, dude, they're gonna call you in
That's-
like 10 minutes and say she left, bitch.
It's not worth it.
No,
It's not
like I
worth
said,
it.
the janitor was nice, the counselor was nice, my boss was a total prick, but whatever. But it was that one lady and she was the owner, like she was the fucking like founder of that stupid college. Like I said, if she didn't push me over the edge that one day, and my mom kind of yelled at me later. She's all like, you know, why did you abandon it? I said, I'm sorry. If you make me cry, that's not worth it. Especially, like I said, they also never trained me. I never got supervised. Like, they wanted someone to be a front desk admin for a college. I didn't know anything. I didn't know the counselor names. I didn't know any of the website stuff. I didn't know where the paperwork was. I couldn't do anything. So I'm like, a sign could have done my job. You know why? The only part of my job that was important was me just telling people we're closed.
Yeah.
That was my job. Was just saying, come again tomorrow at 8 a.m. I'm like, so a sign could have done my job. You didn't need a physical body. Like, and the argument they kept saying was, you're there to help the students. I said, help who? Who am I helping when I don't know the information and I can't give them? They're like, but you're helping the students. How? How am I helping the students?
Reasoning.
How am I helping them? I didn't know what the fuck I was doing. I
But
would
yeah.
doodle and read books. Like, I mean,
Again,
granted, that
it's
was an easy
circular
job,
reasoning.
but yeah, like I said, it was just that bitchy fucking
It's
owner.
not worth it. It's not worth it.
No,
to
it
be
wasn't.
with other people.
And then
Like,
it took them a
you're-
while
like,
to give me another
there's,
job,
like-
too.
there's like that weird world culture that like you should take it or like you shouldn't. Like
No, it
you're
was...
actively making your life worse. You
Yeah,
know?
like I said, and honestly, I've never been like yelled at before like that, and it freaked me out. Like I've never had someone physically scream at me for something that made no fucking sense. Like I said, she screamed at me for using Avery labels. Like what the fuck? She was mad that I downloaded the Avery labels template with a fake email that somehow worked. I don't know how that worked, but it did, and I was like, cool. And I got the label. I did my job. And I laughed when she's like, you could pull off the address off the website. And then that day, the counselor lady, my supervisor, she came over and she showed me. And I said, I asked you this 4 days ago. Like, this is what I meant when I said you should have been hovering over me, teaching me, at least stay with me the full first shift to show me all this shit. Because I didn't know where this shit was. I tried finding stuff on my own, but like, I'm sorry it's easy for you to figure it out because you do it every day, but I didn't. It was just stupid. And then of course the whole answer the phone with the full name. I said, fuck off. Like, people knew what the acronym was. Like,
Nobody cares about your full name.
the full name of the fucking college. If you know what, you can dox it. It was called Southwest University of Visual Arts. That was the fucking full name.
Tragic. Dachshund.
See how hard it is to
Fucking-
say that too? Southwest University
Yeah.
of Visual Arts.
Like, what
I
the
called it
fuck?
Suva. Suva was
Nice.
easier to say than that.
Yeah.
Thank you for calling
like my-
Suva. How can I help you?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I
I don't
like
give a
my
shit.
own university. Like,
It was
I
just
don't
like Brown
get why-
Mackey. They were a fucking scam, man. They charged 20 grand per semester.
gross.
Yes, and they had the basic classes, like the basic math and writing classes that you could take at the community college for like, $500. Again,
Ugh.
$2,000 there. I was like, I told a few kids, like, you do know you can go to the community college, which I went to at the time,
Mhm.
and do those classes for
Mhm.
like a third of that price, and they're the exact same class, and it's cheaper and it's better for you.
Mhm.
They're like, but I'm coming here for the arts, and I'm like, you do know as artists you don't need to go to college. I'm an artist. I'm telling you, I didn't go to college for any of this shit. Everything you see on screen that I've drawn
Mhm.
is just me watching YouTube and reading books.
Most like
It's
any
free.
community,
Just learn on your own.
like there's a lot of easy. There's like even more at this point in time. At this point in time, you can just learn on your own. Like again. Like, and even most of the time they don't go well with like even with the technique, you know.
Oh, I know. Little buggies flying around me.
Like
Just fold her up a little bit. There we go. So it gets underneath there. Yeah, I know.
also I
But yeah,
finished
that
the
was my-
bunny.
Huh?
I finished bunny.
Good.
You can
I can finish
see
my
her.
bun. But
You can
yeah,
see
that was
her
my
on
first
the-
temp
Mhm.
job. Was working a front desk at a.
Mhm.
I think it's still around, but I'm pretty sure they're probably defunct by now. Dumbass community
Deserve
college,
it.
art college bullshit. That was a fucking scam.
Deserves it.
Oh, I mean, it was a scam. Like I said, the
Mhm.
mailers were like really encroaching on that territory of being invasive as frick. Like I said, when I
Mhm.
read over them.
Yep.
Oh, thank you for the knocking. I appreciate it. Made me sound like I'm insane. Yep, my second job with that temp agency was, surprisingly, with car dealerships.
Car dealerships.
Yep, it was still
Car
front desk.
dealership.
Yep, it was for Mini Cooper.
Mini Cooper.
Oh,
Yep, Mini Cooper. I was again night desk, so it was Monday through Friday, 4 to 8, and then it was Saturday, 8 to 2 or 3, I forget. So yeah, so it was like a full day Saturday, but then it was like I had Sunday off, and then Monday through Friday was just the late evening shift. That one they actually did train me. The girl said she showed me
my.
how to, because I had to clock all the maintenance guys out because they don't clock themselves out for some weird reason. I had to log in on the computer the fuel cards they use. They use that location used the Circle K down the street, so they buy Circle K cards. I had to give them the gas. It was called the gas card. They would fill up whenever someone's car got worked on, they would fill it up to a full tank, or any new cars people bought.
Mhm.
I had to clock out the license plates they used. So if they used a plate to test drive a car, I had to mark which employee took it out, which plate,
Mhm.
what time, and when it was returned. You would think that it's a giant plate. You can't lose them, but
You'll lose them. They'll lose
there were several plates on the Excel sheet that were marked as lost. You would see the little
Bruh.
tab, it would say lost, and I would ask him, how the fuck did you lose it? Like, well, it could have fallen off. I said, yeah, but then you return it and it goes in our drawer and we lock the drawer. How the fuck do you lose it? So they would lose plates a lot. Yeah. Let's see. That was about it for Mini Cooper. I didn't. Oh no, did I? No, I don't think I rang anybody up there. I didn't do the checkouts. They did that at the other counter, and then they would have the bill. I'd have the car. I'd have some of the car key. I had the car keys. Yeah, I had the car keys behind me. They're in a. They had one of those like key holder cabinets, but it wasn't attached to the wall. It was on the floor. Like they were gonna attach it, and they just forgot. So it just sat behind me.
Oh.
It was weird. But yeah, for the most part, once 5 o'clock hit and all the mechanics left, it became. I mean, it's Mini Cooper. They're expensive little cars, so people really didn't. And then, of course, like I said, past 5 o'clock, no one's doing maintenance. No one's doing the park. The parts is closed. So I got to read books. I drew a lot. I brought sewing stuff. I used to sew little plushies.
That's the first scene.
I don't know what you're playing, babe, but okay. I don't know what he's playing. He's playing his weird games.
Oh, it's guys.
Yeah, it wasn't bad. It was a temporary job.
I know,
so
I have the pistol. I know you can sell them.
Otis, can you mute your microphone? You're talking weird shit.
Yeah,
Otis, baby. Ernesto. Ernesto! Ernesto, your mic is on.
I know.
You're talking.
Been consumed.
We can hear you.
Sorry.
We can hear
Has
you.
been consumed by the seven devil, by the 7 rings of hell.
You
You
would.
already kept that, right? Yeah.
What the fuck are you talking? You fucking.
Yeah.
Make your fucking avatar a fucking demon. That's what it sounds like. It sounds like demon jargon coming out of your mouth. And you're like,
I'll mute myself.
Free
Sorry.
RRRs to anyone who wants them.
Oh no. Oh no's. Not the RRs.
Arara.
We need Dommy
Oh,
Mommy.
you don't do
Bunny.
it very well.
We need the bun bun.
I need to practice more art.
Fuck.
Mm.
But
Why
like
is art so hard?
Fine. Ada ada. I'm getting too cutie. I shouldn't do that. But yeah, second job was in the Mini Cooper. It was only for like, I think it was for a month or so, or 2. No, it was for 2 weeks. They called me back twice to work that one, so that was kind of. They were nice there. That was the only nice car dealership I worked at. The other 2 were assholes. It was Volvo and Lexus. Lexus was the worst. Volvo were just snoots. They were just entitled little brats. I loved it because Volvo was only for like, I think it's like for 3. It was for a week. I pissed off the boss there.
Oh my.
So they had a glass office that was right behind my front desk thing, so I could see them very clearly, and they didn't do shit. Like, they wore the nice dresses, the high heels, but like they're just talking. They're just chit chatting. I got a phone call, and they asked for them. I turned around. They don't look busy, so I forwarded to their office. I glance out of the corner of my eyes. I see their phone ringing. She panics, straightens her dress out, grabs the phone, answers it. He kind of like shuffles out of the room. She, after the phone call ends, she stomps out of her glass fucking office, pokes her head out at me and says, you know, why'd you give me a phone call? I said, well, they called for you. I was busy. No, you weren't. She just glared at me. I was a gremlin. I was like, fuck this shit. Because I think cause before I tried to, I like asked them before in the past saying like, hey, you have a phone call? And they're like, in a minute. I'm like, yeah, but I can only I can only hold them for literally 20 seconds before it literally bounces back to me. I know because when I would page like for parts to pick up the phone, and if they didn't pick it up within that 20 seconds, the phone would ring again, and of course, the phone wouldn't tell me that it was still them, so I'd answer it saying, hi, this is Volvo, and they go, is this parts? I'm like, oh no, you're the one I put on hold. Hold on. So it's like, there was no way to hold them indefinitely. It'd only hold them for like 20 seconds. As it keeps bouncing back, and customers got mad at me. They're like, well, why isn't so-and-so picking up? I said, they're talking to someone, they're busy. So that one day I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna forward it to her. I'm like, what's her number? There it is. Push the button, forward it, hang up. And then I just loved. I was just like, why did you forward it to me? I'm like, bitch, you weren't busy. You were flirting with your coworker. I know what that is. I know they were flirting. They were not talking business. She was showing the legs. He was smiling at her. Yeah, they were fucking flirting, man.
Yeah,
They were
damn.
flirting.
Uh,
Yeah, it was just funny.
you know when you're a kid and you think looking at the adult world like, oh man, everybody has their shit together. No, they don't. Nobody
No,
has their
no one
shit
does.
together.
No, no one ever does.
Nobody does. Nobody does.
Sorry. We'll end stream soon. Sorry.
Everybody's
fine.
winging it. Everybody's winging it.
Yes, everyone is. Like I said, and the third job was at Lexus. So Lexus lasted me 3 months. Yeah, that was a 3-month job because apparently they were basically shifting around the roles. So the day person became, well, no, it was the night person left. I don't know. One girl was going maternity leave, so the other girl was getting bumped up to day. So then I was taking her night shift. So she actually stayed with me for about a week for the night shift to actually show me what to do. And then after that week, I was on my own, which was fine. I got the gist of what to do. It was just, once again, clock everyone out, doing the plates. Only I did the field cards. I don't think that. And then I had to also, for Lexus, I had to wrap the roses when they sold a Lexus. I had to wrap the ribbon. Now, they're cheapskates there. They would buy Christmas ribbon when it goes on clearance, like at Michael's and like Joann's and shit like that. Yes, because it's bright red ribbon. But this is the cheapskate part. They measured it down to the inch of how much you could cut. So you think, oh, I'm just gonna cut whatever. No. Because I made a few ribbons once and I cut too much because I was like, whatever. I make ribbons at home. I'm fine. They got ornery and said, no. See the markings on the table here? I said, yeah. That's as much ribbon I'm like, that's not even like 12 inches. It's like, yeah. You had to make that ribbon so fucking tight and be so fucking precise. Because they wanted to use every inch of that ribbon. Because they only buy enough at the end of the year when it goes on clearance that it has to last the full year. Yeah.
Oh my god.
I know. I was like, isn't this Christmas ribbon? I had this job in like February, so I was like, what the fuck? I'm like, you guys just can't buy regular ribbon? Nope. They bought cheap clearance Christmas ribbon, and then, like I said,
yes, they can.
I had to
but
measure it.
won't
I had to
spend
measure it on the table. Like, there was a marking on the fucking table on the desk. And if I went over, one of the guys would know. Like, he looked at it once and said, you cut too much. And I'm like, I cut, like, half an inch, dude, because I couldn't turn it. I couldn't do. He's like, I said, why don't you show me how do you do a ribbon? Like, how do you tie it? And he showed me, and I'm like, I fucking hate this. This is so stupid. Yeah.
I'm telling you, they 100% could expand on the ribbon, but they won't because 100% efficiency. They
I mean,
need to
it's
buy
cool
it
they
on
gave them roses when they
clearance.
bought a Lexus, but yeah. We got delivery once a week of the roses, so I mean, that's how much I'm telling you. They sold. They only gave people that bought Lexuses. If you bought the other used cars, you didn't get the roses, but if you bought a new Lexus, you got the roses.
It's so dumb.
Yeah, no, it was so stupid. But they would sell like 8 to 10 Lexuses a week, so they would go through like 10 to 20 roses easily. So yeah, at the beginning of the week, it'd be the Asian guy would come deliver them. He's like, "Oh, here's your roses," and they go in the fridge in the break room. Like I said, so I had to do that order once a week, and then I had to wrap the ribbon around those when they sold. My main job was I had to scan all the paperwork into the computer, so when they sold shit or when they got stuff. So I had to take all the staples off everything, tapes off the back of papers, put it in the scanner, scan it, make sure it's scanned properly, and then throw it all away into the shredder. The problem was, midway through this 3 months, they decided to fire the other front desk person at the other. So this company owns multiple car dealerships. Next door to Lexus was the Kia dealership. Their Kia one was like their. It's cheap. Kia is cheap, okay? Don't ever buy a Kia car. But the Kia lot had a lot of the used cars too. They decided to get rid of that front desk person and make me, the one next door at Lexus, be the only night desk person for both places.
Bruh.
Yeah. The genius DM guy who owned that place, he was all smug because he came to me one day. It was, okay, I will admit, I had a slight crush on the Kia girl. I don't even know her name. She called me Lexus, I called her Kia. It was funny because when she would leave, she'd leave like around, I think like 6:37. I'd leave like around 8. She would just page me to say she'd leave and she'd be like, hey Lex, I'd be like, hey Kia. She's like, transfer you my phone calls. I'm like, okay, Kia. And she came over for them. I think we were flirting, man. I think we were flirting because she was being cutesy.
Flirting.
I remember when he came over to tell me that he was firing her, I was so devastated. She looked devastated, losing her job, and then she gave me a list of all their employees. But the problem is, I knew my employees at Lexus because I saw them. I didn't know the Kia salesman. They gave me a list of names, and I live in Arizona. Half of them are Hispanic. Half of them are. So I'm like, great. My issue is, I know from people when they would call me, they would say, oh yeah, it was the guy with the baseball cap helped me out today. It was the white guy. It was the black lady. And if I don't have pictures or know what these people look like, I would try to say, do you remember their name? No. And Kia had like double the amount of employees as Lexus. They had like 20 salespeople versus like 5 at like Lexus, you know? So it was a pain in the butt. And then the plus side, the downside, I also got their paperwork too. I had to scan their paperwork. And now, it was bad for Lexus, but when I got Kias, it was like a mountain. It would take me, especially when I would get it on Friday nights, I'd have to do it on Saturday mornings for my shift because there's no way I could finish it Friday night. I would just basically say, okay, Friday, I'm going to get all those staples off everything and just prepare it for Saturday. And Saturday would just be from like 8 a.m. to like noon is nothing but scanning. Just, that's all I would do. Just scan. It was insane. But yeah, I remember after like 3 days of this, the smug fucking owner came over and he's all like, so, how's it going? I said, actually, I'm gonna admit, it's awful. He's still glaring at me. I said, sir, can you please bring back the Kia? No, it's gonna be this way. And he walked out, and I was like, dude, one person can't do the job of two, and I'm trying to tell you, before that, granted, I had the easier shift because Lexus, people don't buy a lot of Lexus, especially at night. It was pretty much dead at night. But Kia was like, they got phone calls like every 5 minutes. And the worst part is, the phone wouldn't tell me who they were calling for. It would just be ringing, so I had to guess. I'd say, thank you for calling Lexus. How can I help you? Oh, I thought I was calling Kia. No, this is both. I answer both. How can I help you? Oh, I talked to a guy in a red shirt today, and I just wanted to call back. Did you happen to get his name? No. I started reading off names. I don't know. He was wearing a red shirt. I'm gonna be real with you, customer. I'm literally 300 yards away from that dealership. I can't see the employees. I don't know those employees. I will try paging over there, but if you bounce back to me, I can't guarantee they're gonna answer their phones. I don't even know if they're in there. I said I couldn't see in their building, so I couldn't see if anyone was there. So a few times I would do the overhead page, so I'd hear my voice bouncing off of all the fucking speakers, saying, you know, Kia, line 1, please. Kia, line 1. And then, hi, then call Lexus. Hi, is the Kia place? No, you bounced back to me. Hold on, let me try calling again. Click. Kia, please pick up. Line 1, please. Anyone. Fuck. Are you the same customer? Well, you the same lady? Yeah. No one's there. I'm gonna put you someone's voicemail. I'm gonna pick someone at random. Good luck. Click. Pushes the pushing random buttons for voicemail. Oh well. Like I said, it sucked. Like that was just the tipping point was, of course, the lunch incident. So on Saturday, this company would they paid the employees from Mini Cooper to this place, Alexis. They get like $400 or whatever, $300 or whatever it was for lunch for everyone for Saturday. So they got a free lunch for everyone. But because I was the front desk, they treated me like a kid and made me have to order all their food. I know, I'm like, you're all grown adults, but they're like, but you're the front desk. Yeah, and I'm doing shit. Like, I'm like, why don't you guys just simply organize it and order it? No, you're the front desk, you do it. Okay, fine, what do you guys want? I don't know, you go ask everyone. I said, I can't physically leave the front desk. I'm not allowed to leave the front desk. I can't go in the back and ask the mechanics, can you go get their orders? Fine. And it was just funny because, like, one of the employees there, she would always use her, so she would basically use her credit card to get all the points, and then the company paid her back. I'm like, you fucking, you little bitch. you little bitch. Get all the points on your credit card. Oh, she would always flash her gold card at me and say, use my credit card. I'm like, of course, I know. She just threw it at me like a freaking pauper little queen. But anyway, there was one time where we ordered from Payway, and it took me forever to get everyone's orders because they all wanted different shit. I couldn't just order like a random shit. They all had to have different shit. I'm like, whatever. I finally got everyone's orders, and I mean, they were all mad because I didn't get it till like almost noon. Because they're all boomers. They love to eat at like 11. I was like, I'm never, even if I got up at 7, I'm not hungry by 11 for a full lunch meal, you know? Yeah, I know. But they were boomers, man. They're like, I need my food by 11. I said, okay, I get it. We've opened since 8, but you can't be that starving at 11, but whatever. But I didn't get it to almost noon because, again, I couldn't get everyone's order in because they wouldn't go into the freaking mechanics and get all their fucking orders. So I ordered it. It comes. The guy delivers it. I said, hey, I put it in the break room in the back. There's like a little kitchenette thing in the back. He put it on the table. Eventually, everyone starts falling in there, going in there, getting their orders, and picking them up and walking out. I go back there, I get my order. One of the salesmen, I hear him yelling, like he's all pissed. He's like, fuck, damn, where the fuck's my food? And so, I kind of pop my head around the corner, I say, is everything okay, you know? He's like, no, someone took my food. I said, well, that sucks. He's like, yeah, who would take my food? I said, I don't know. You guys all order different foods, and it's a clear top, so I don't know how someone... But then again, the mechanics don't give a shit. They tend to just grab food and go back there and work on stuff. I said, why don't you be a man and go back there and ask him? And then I made a comment that, yeah, it might have been seen as rude, but I said a comment that, okay, next time we order food, I'll get a Sharpie, and I have your guys' orders right here. I'll just write down on each of the orders, you know, whose name it is. That was my solution, because obviously someone took his food. He snapped at me and said, don't give me that attitude.
Yeah, because they have the whole, don't give me that attitude.
Yeah, I was like, but the way he yelled me across the room, it reminded me of that same lady from that frickin' university. And I remember I tensed up. I felt the tears. I'm like, fuck. He walked away, and I started crying. I was like, fuck. I still have at least like another 3 hours for my shift. It sucked. I was crying. I was trying to hold it in. He came back like 20 minutes later, all sheepish, and he handed me some money and said, this is for the Jimmy John's that I ordered. When it comes, give it to him. He was kind of being quiet, but he never apologized to me. He never apologized. It's like, dude, I wasn't trying to be an asshole. I was being sincere. Like, okay, if the problem is that one of the asshole mechanics took your food, I can write down on each of the orders, this is Jimmy, this is Susan, this is Kelsey's, you know. I said, it's probably because it's Chinese food, it all looks the fucking same, and yeah, I know, that was, But yeah, that was pretty much. I didn't quit that day. I finished out, but I guess the only plus side was, my 3 months actually ended early because they called me, said, yeah, they're gonna cut it by 2 weeks, so you're ending like this week. I'm like, oh, thank God. So I remember the girl that I replaced her night shift with when she went to the day shift. She had asked me, do you want to stay here permanently? And I was like, no. She's like, well, there's a 401k and I'm like, nope.
Okay, but no.
Nope. Pretty much the asshole guy showed me that I did not want to be there. Between him and bitchy lady that was just snotty as fuck. She was always like a sourpuss too. She always had that fucking look on her face that, I hate being here. I hate selling cars. It's like, okay, then don't sell cars. Like, I know. But yeah, that was just
like
that was
you
again.
can be angry. Stop like I don't know why it's so hard. Do not take your anger on others.
I just didn't get why he had to freaking yell at me for that. Like, it was just so stupid.
Again, I say it
sense.
again.
Yeah.
Again, I say it again.
Don't take your anger on others. Yeah, there was no point.
Yeah.
And like I said, it wasn't my fault. Like, again, they put the food in the other room. I wasn't in charge of it. Hell, they even didn't let me go to the bathroom half the time. I couldn't even leave my spot. Like, they were so anal about shit like that. They're like, you had to get someone to replace you. I said, what do you mean? Like, if you have to go to the bathroom, you have to have somebody watch your spot. I said, watch for what? Well, if the phone rings. I'm like, then let it fucking ring. Like, but you gotta answer it. Okay, well, then you guys answer it. And I said the worst part was that asshole manager. He was always the night manager. I always had him because the other guy that was really nice always had the opposite shifts of me, and I was like, why? I know. I'm like, can the nice guy be my manager, and can this dickwad go back to wherever the fuck he came out of? Oh yeah, that guy used to also like take the used cars and take them home. Like he would just he would drive them around. Yeah, he wouldn't even drive his own car. He would just drive the used cars, and then he would drive them to like. Well, the mean lady would always complain because his choice of lunch every day, or at least lunch on Saturdays, was Costco pizza, and she hated it because it was cheap. She's like, she always wanted like fancy shit. Like she always wanted like Olive Garden, Payway. Oh, they wanted the weird shit. Like they really went all out with their food. And sometimes I wouldn't order any food for myself because they'd want some weird shit. And I was like, okay, because they had a folder. They actually had a folder underneath the desk that I had to pull out that had like all the menus from all the restaurants they like to order from. And I was like, God damn. That was not planned, but okay.
Their ears are the side of the like.
I swear, my only thing was the girl there got me hooked on this Chinese place called Golden Dragon. I would order, because like throughout the week, I would plan it. So like every other day I'd order Pizza Hut pizza. And then like every other day I'd order the Chinese place. The Chinese food would be like for 2 or 3 days. It was so good. Like it was something, I forget what I got from there. It was like sweet and sour chicken and something else, but it was always like super fucking good. And they laugh because they would always see my name on the order. And they're like, you're lucky that you're down the street from us. I'm like, yep, I know. Give me my damn food. It was a guy, but they saw my name all the time. They're like, you order here a lot. I said, I work here all week. I gotta have food. And it was just like, you can only eat PB&J for so much. And again, I couldn't really use their microwave or kitchen because I wasn't allowed to leave the front desk too long. That's one girl told me, like, yeah, you're not allowed to leave here at night because you're the only one up here. So
you can leave and you can feed yourself.
Yeah, so the only thing I can feel is like
give yourself to the company.
Give
yourself to the company.
The only good thing was the pay at the time was actually really good because minimum wage at the time was like $7 an hour, and that job paid like $12 an hour.
Good.
Yeah, so that was the only benefit was I was getting paid nearly double what everyone else was paid, and it was similar work, so I was like, cool. Still didn't get why those companies used the temp agency because I found out the temp agency actually charged them like $15 per hour per employee. So like the $3 was their fee to have an employee.
Mm,
I'm like, why don't you simply just hire someone at $12 an hour instead of paying this company $15 an hour?
I don't know.
Like, I'm like, the math doesn't math. You could just hire.
They don't
some-
care.
I think the only thing they didn't want to pay for was like that employee's like insurance and shit, because like obviously I'm through a temp agency. The
Guess
temp agency has to
so.
cover all my shit. But still, it was just
Guess so.
they hired a lot of temps to do all their car dealerships. That's when I learned that most dealerships hire temps. Like,
Mm-hmm.
but yeah, like I said, it was my weird time working.
It could be
temp
that,
jobs.
or could be that, or maybe something tax related. I don't know.
No, I think it had to do with the benefits and shit. They didn't want to deal with it
Mm-hmm.
because all they do is pay that flat rate of $15. They don't have to worry about
Mm,
employee taxes or employment taxes or anything or income. And they probably could get a tax write-off for it because it's an expense.
mm-hmm.
Again, I just found it kind of just
Dunno.
weird that that's the way they were. And
It's weird.
yeah, the only one that was nice was Mini Cooper,
Mm-hmm.
but they never wanted me permanently there. It was I only worked there a couple times, like a week on and off, and then it was like my last time working temp work. I was doing a 1-week job there at Mini Cooper, and then I applied for my other shitty job, Neaters, the bakery place I used to work at. They were building it next to my house, and they had a now hiring sign, so I applied for it. And during that job, on the temp job, I got a phone call saying, you know, for an interview. I was like, yeah, I'll do an interview, sure. So,
Mm-hmm.
that was a mistake. That was 2 years
Yeah.
I'll never get back. The only problem was, I remember I told the temp agency this after that, saying, hey, I got an interview, and then I got eventually hired by Neaters, so I said, hey, I still want to do temp work, like, just let me know so I can tell this other job, so I can tell them, hey, I can't, or we can make a thing where it's like, maybe I'm only available, like, you know, X days or whatever or something.
Mhm.
They're like, oh yeah, sure. I never heard back from that temp agency ever again. They never contacted me ever again. It was almost like I told them I got a job, and they're like, cool, delete. Because the worst thing is, the job when I first started working at Neaters was part-time, and like for the first, like 2 months of that job, because they hired so many people, and because I had no experience and I didn't score high on their dumb, stupid tests, I was like delegated to like, I had to sit and wait to clock in every day, and I would work like maybe 4 hours a week. Dude, I sat in one of the booths until they got busy, and they called me and said, hey, we need you, can you get off your butt and get over here and clock in? I was expediter at first, so I wasn't cashier, I wasn't drive-through, I would just expedite the food out. Yeah, it was stupid. And then after those first 2 months, when people started quitting, and they started needing more help, they finally trained me to do reg, then drive-through. And I was like one of the last man standing. Out of my entire like 20, 30 people that were hired on, I was like the last like one of the 2 or 3 that were left. Yeah. But that's a story for another time.
That's a story for another day.
See, we can go all over the funness that was Neaters and how I left that fucking job in tears again. Why is my curse I leave jobs in fucking tears? This is becoming a pattern.
Because the jobs abused you, so...
Yeah, that was the 3rd job I got yelled at, so yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not a bad employee, world. I'm karma, world, internet, universe. I'm not.
What bad employee?
I'm not a bad
You
employee.
do your job, you do it well, and the bosses abuse you. Because corporate culture is fun.
See, it's so much fun. Let's see, where's the hair on this one? There it is.
Also, how did the bunnies ended up looking?
I'm sorry, I was doing some flat colors on my piece,
I-
which I've been
I
ignoring.
posted on character art too.
Oh, character art?
Character art too. Um,
What do you mean it smells? You take it. What the fuck is that meme?
wait, what?
The meme chat.
What's
That
in the
works.
meme chat?
The bun buns, you got it.
The
It's a
bun-
very dark. It's a very black and purple outfit. Yeah. What do you mean it smells? Take it. What is that?
It's a yeen.
It's a yeen. Yes, I know they do stink. They smell horrible. I've smelled them
Yeah,
before.
You take
Yeah.
it?
It smells. You take it.
No, I don't want it. You keep it. The cosmic horror that is beep boop does not want that. Fuck it, no. Take it back. Return
Too
it.
bad. You now have a yeen.
Return it to sender. Return to sender.
Can't.
Return to sender. I don't even have.
You can't.
I don't even have animal handling. Fuck. You know what? We're gonna. Let's see. That's in the first character. So it'll be Tick Tick. Let's roll her animal handling and see how fucking bad this shit is. It's a +1. She got a 12. Can that handle the yeen?
No.
Cool. Then she gets bit by it.
Give me a moment.
You're gonna roll animal handling too, aren't you?
It's a 13.
No. It's a 15.
Tragic.
Lily, you
It's
rolled a
even
1.
mid.
Hey, I was bending your luck. Don't blame me.
Oh, you bend my luck?
Yes.
Oh. We all failed keeping the yeen.
Wait, hold on. I'm gonna use lucky. I'm gonna roll it again.
Mm.
What the fuck? I got the same roll. I got the same fucking roll. I'm gonna use lucky again. Hold on. We're gonna use lucky again. Oh, okay, better. Got 19. I had to bend my
21.
luck twice. Okay.
Now let me roll for myself.
They're gonna be like, why are you guys all rolling? Fuck, you did worse.
Yeen.
Just to handle the yeen, because I can imagine at
Gonna
first she
handle
tried
them.
to handle it, it bit her. She tried again,
Oh,
cheated.
I got the yeen under control.
You got the yeen under control. Okay. It was staring at the giant bug person. It was mesmerized by her being cute. She was being fluffy. She's so fluffy.
What have
Fuck. I
what have
kinda,
we reached?
Fuck. I want to sketch Tick Tick now. Damn it. Fuck me.
What have we reached now?
Ah, it's 1 a.m. Do I really want to sketch her right now?
It's 4 a.m. here.
I know. I'm
Yep.
sorry.
Just
Oh,
fun
always
talking.
get
oh, Ostis, my mom asked about the end of the month when we leave for the con. She's like, are you two gonna be able to even go to bed and get up for a 5 a.m. flight?
What are you talking about?
Baby, the flight leaves at 5 a.m.
Yeah, I'm not the one that goes to sleep super late.
What?
Mm.
What?
I said I just up at 6 a.m. the other day. Like the last 2
Mm.
days.
I know, but you're up right
So
now.
I'll be fine. Yeah, it's the weekend. I have nothing to do. Like
Okay.
if I have something to do, I can get sleep. No problem.
I know. I just laugh. You're just... I can stay on the plane. It's fine.
Mm-hmm.
I'm very tempted to do another funny voice line.
Oh my.
You know, until I can get like recordings on the channel and we can actually,
Hmm.
play sound bites of people.
It's
I
illegal
need to
for
get
you.
affiliate. That's the problem. It's like fucking affiliate, man. That's my like stepping stone. I have I have like 9/10 of what's required for affiliate. The only stupid thing I'm missing is those average of like 3 viewers. I'm not kidding. I have all the followers. I have the stream time, different stream dates. I even got the other day. I got the chatter one, which is probably gonna go away soon if I don't get enough people chatting too. But I just need the 3 average viewers. It's just so hard.
That autumn, aren't you a good girl?
Mhm.
No, don't break the TV. No,
They're sleepy.
don't break the cute chubby TV creature from hell. Please don't.
What?
No, I break easily.
What if I slowly become a cat
Oh,
girl
you break easily.
and start like
Must
and,
make me precious.
and, and
Don't
like
break me.
Mhm.
No.
break all my dreams?
The evil laughter, no! Why the
Oh
evil
my!
laugh? Why? Why?
What if
No.
I like sneak into all of your fridges and fill it up with frozen escargot?
With frozen what now?
Escargot.
I,
Escargot.
my brain is frying. What did you say? Frozen what?
Escargot.
Escargot?
Um,
Like the snails?
Yeah. Yes.
I will yeet them out of the fridge and then burn the fridge.
But why?
I'm a space horror from hell. My little icon is just talking. It's just he's an eldritch horror that my character found in the fucking voids of space. He's an evil little bastard. He would throw things out of windows for fun.
Mm-hmm.
But he's cute while doing it, so that's why we keep him.
The bun at any time now can break into Tommy Mommy voice.
I'm gonna redraw your freaking PNG for that. You know that. Fuck it, I'm gonna redraw this PNG for you. I'm gonna draw Dommy Mommy fucking bunny now. When
Oh
you talk,
my.
it's gonna be like sexy, sultry looking. Not right now, though. I'm kind of tired. I only can draw right
Don't tempt me with a good time.
now. Oh, I was wondering why I was so quiet. The music is gone. I'm like, oh. It looped through its 3-hour loop.
Elsie,
What?
will you murder me if I send you Walter White with boobs?
Yes.
But
Yes.
why?
Jesse.
Yes. But why? Because I can. That's why.
Jesse.
You wonder. I made an AU version of my good characters evil. And I mean fucking evil. My brain is melted. It is literally fried. It's 1 a.m. I should not be up. If I drink,
Ooh.
I would be
It's
worse.
4 a.m. I should also not be awake.
Do you know where your children are? Sorry, that's a 90s
It's
reference.
10 p.m.
Fuck
Right
you.
It's
now
10
I'm-
p.m.
It is a 90s reference.
I know.
It's 10 a.m.
I'm trying to find my image. The image. I
Oni-chan,
found it.
stop! Oni-chan!
Oh my
I
god.
found it.
You oughta honor me. I am going to Oni-chan you. I have the high-pitched voice. I can do it. I can do it.
Joke's on you, I'm into that.
Damn it.
There we go. I found it.
What are you sending me? I don't get alerts because it's on streamer mode. What the fuck are you... I'm not touching the spoiler. Nope. 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 Nope.
It's Walter.
Nope. Nope. Nope.
It's Walter.
Nope. 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 Nope.
And
Nope. Nope. Nope.
Ernesto
Nope.
Ostis.
This eldritch horror
Nope.
god from this cosmos is not gonna look at that. Nope. 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 Nope.
Do you want to see Walter
Oni-chan,
White
they're
with boobs?
bullying me.
Sure.
Oni-chan.
Let me send it to you.
Oni-chan.
Walter with massive fucking tits. I've seen
don't
it
want to
before.
look at it. I don't want to look at it. I don't want to look at
Here
it.
we go.
Okay. I think tomorrow I'm gonna redraw Yorick. You're getting
Walter
a new
White.
pngtuber. I don't care. You're getting a new drawing of May being Dommy Mommy. I don't give a shit. It's tomorrow. Today.
Millie rolled the 7.
What did you roll a
There
7
we
for?
go.
Oh, it's rolling a 7 means
Oh.
dying.
Did not know that.
Yeah, you never heard that?
There we go, Ostis. What do you think of the picture of Walter White with boobs?
Yeah, my god, hang on, let me look here.
Don't. It will burn into your
boy.
retinas. Don't look at it.
I have a perfect Dobby Mommy phrase for you guys. Male bee.
That's too funny.
It is.
I don't
It
want to
is
Oh my
look.
water
God.
I
with
don't want to
boobs.
look. God damn it. Fine, I'm looking.
Honey, nut.
Fuck,
Cereal.
I'm looking. Why?
It's just so absurd.
Why?
Where is it? I need to
Why
see
are they?
the.
Why are they so perfectly round? Why?
Because that's so
Walter
boobs
White
are in
would
real
be-
life, right?
Oh, yes, I've
No.
seen that
Why?
one.
I just for me it's the wrinkly face and the perfectly smooth boobs. I'm sorry. If the boobs are gonna match the head, it's gonna be wrinkly too.
Right? He should be like have like old boobs.
Yeah, they should be deflated water balloons.
No, he got those recently implanted.
Oh, he went to
Exactly.
Mexico to get the implants. Got it. Got it. Got it.
Oh, you want
I
a
have a
picture
lot
of
of
cat?
No.
I
No.
I have Mercury's images like this.
Are you sure you don't want a picture of Cat Dionysus?
Hmm.
I'm good.
Here,
I'm I'm trying to find a
Right.
picture that's gonna help me. I need an expression. I need a certain expression.
Hmm.
I just want to look up a. I'm gonna look up a pose. I'm gonna regret looking it up. I know it.
I found.
Please stop adding me. What are you doing now? Why? Why is there a cat with a cornucopia all over their fucking head? And why?
it's Cat Dionysus.
Yeah, why? Why does that exist?
Because I decided to edit Cat Dionysus.
Okie dokie.
Uh,
I can't spell late at night. Okay, when I type in angry, I'm not getting much. I want angry. I want, like, diabolic. Give me fucking murder intent. Not scary. Not scared. Not crying. That's a little too diabolical. I don't need Danganronpa style. That, thank you. I don't need that. Honestly,
No!
this one might work well.
What is that? You're how could you?
What are you guys doing? Stop adding me! No. No. Woody with boobs? What the fuck?
Yeah.
What the fuck is that shit? It's the creepy pedo Woody too. What the fuck?
There's a pedo Woody.
You don't know the pedo Woody?
No, I have no idea what you're talking about. Legitimately don't.
I don't know if it's a bootleg figure or someone's like fan made figure, but there's a figurine of Woody from Toy Story with that creepy side eye, big mouth open expression. And I think
That's
the
Woody.
internet dubs it as like basically like pedo Woody. It's literally
All you need is Oingo Boingo's little girls to be playing.
Oh my god.
please no. Why are you people unhinged at 4 in the fucking morning?
Because
Here's
it's
the
4 in
thing.
fucking
I'm
morning.
always unhinged.
Oh, the joke's on me. It's 24/7. Time is irrelevant. I should realize
Yep.
that. I'm an eldritch horror. I should realize that.
Mhm.
Time is an illusion. We're all dead. Life is a prequel.
It's the Star Wars prequels.
No, life is a prequel. Death is the story.
What?
To death.
Mm.
Life is the prequel.
Mhm.
Oh yeah, until we get East Head. Yeah, that's right.
Did you know there's a series about the isekai trucks?
Yes, I don't
Yep.
want to watch
Yeah.
it.
They get points for how they hit the people. If they get them just right into the worlds, they get money. If they
We're
hit them
losing our
wrong, it
mind.
turns them into demon lords or slimes.
Mhm.
Yeah. It's stupid.
So they have Amazon driver etiquette. Okay.
Mm.
No. More like UPS driver etiquette. Which, by the way, they're gonna go on strike here soon. So.
Oh, fun fact, some in Chicago schools has a legal kill count for how many bus
Oh.
driver kids can they kill.
I'm sorry. They're legally
Yeah.
allowed to maim children.
Mm.
Where is this magical place I can get a license for?
Oh, Chicago.
Oh, fuck that. I'm never gonna survive there. I'm a white. I mean, I'm an eldritch horror, but I'm whiter than white. They're gonna murder me the moment I step foot in that damn city.
But
I'm
yeah,
gonna
you're
get
allowed.
I'm gonna get my ass robbed, beaten, and bloodied, and owe them money, on top of being robbed, and then murdered.
Yeah. You're allowed to kill at least 3 kids a year.
I'm sorry. Did the
Sorry,
mobsters?
Timmy.
Did
It's
the
your year.
Did the mobsters like
You,
bribe someone
You
on
won
that?
the lotto, Jimmy.
The lotto.
Imagine Excellent hitting the 4th one. You're like, damn it! I went over my quota. Hey Bob, can I borrow one of your quotas? No, can do. I'm planning to kill that neighbor kid tomorrow. That's my 3rd. What did that neighbor kid do this time? He ran over my lawn again. I told him. I warned him. He got 3 warnings. His dumbass dog ran across my yard. We're done. Okay, Susie, can I take one of your quotas? No, can do. What are you planning on murdering? Those kids didn't buy my biscuit at the bake sale. Time to murder them. I can only kill 3, so I had to pick. I made them draw straws. They don't know what their prize is yet. They will tomorrow at 8 a.m. I told you I'm dark as fuck. You wonder
What are we doing?
everything wrong with life. I'm not even drawing anymore. I'm just telling stupid stories and making up characters that don't even exist.
It's 4 a.m.
It's 1:09 at my place, but I'm tired. But I'll end in like maybe 5-10 minutes. I'll call it just to try to go to sleep. Which I won't. I'll watch because somebody here got me hooked on the TikToks.
It's my fault.
You did.
Salad.
You did get me hooked on the TikToks. I never watched TikTok until literally this last year.
Well, yeah,
I avoided it. I avoided it for like the last 3 years, and then this last
Why
year.
would you avoid something so awesome?
That's why, because it absorbs so much of my time. I can literally spend an hour watching TikToks.
It's literally
And I go nowhere.
dopamine hit. It's literally dopamine hit after
The
dopamine
best hit was when I had that one video. Still to this day, has over 500,000 views. It's my stupidest video that I've made about a convention. I don't know why it blew up. It blew up. It still gets likes every now and then and favorites, and I'm like, what the frick, people? At this point, that's like, what?
Which is kind of wild, by the way.
2 months. I know, and it was, I remember the first video that got like 20,000 views was like, holy moly, because at that point, my highest view was like 200 views, so to hit like 20K overnight, and my phone blew up, and I had like, 40 comments and 200 plus likes and shit. I'm like, Jesus Christ. And then I made the video just to explain everything, and that video blew up. Most were kind of negative, because they're like, you're just jealous of him because he's selling more.
Well, yeah. Well, that the rest of the internet.
Yeah. Internet was assholes. I've learned the ways of the peoples of the earth, and they are jerks. They are jerks. But yeah, at least the ones that agree with me were like, yeah, it was bullshit. And I'm sorry, we were right next to the person who had a pile of garbage that kept spilling out into my space. To which he bumped my display not just once, but 3 times. He nearly ran into my photo backdrop stand, which wasn't anywhere near him.
Oh my God.
What was the name? Jackoff was one of the employees. Ooh,
I just remember it was Jacob.
no, I think it was Jackoff. So they yelled a weird version of
Yeah,
it.
it was a J name.
And this guy was like massive. He was like,
It's no longer Fat Pup Friday.
I'm just saying, this guy was just a big boy. And the problem is they had two booths that were side by side and divided by a curtain. And between the curtain, they made their pile of garbage, like from hoarders from TLC levels of crazy. So when they would call him to our side of the curtain, because they had to use his phone for the credit, they would yell, "Jack off!" And you hear thump, thump, crash, crash, as he would walk through the pile of
Well, it's
plastic
kind of
and
wild.
garbage.
Yeah.
He would almost fall and trip on his own pile, grab onto my photo stand for support, which I have a baby photo stand, so it's not meant to hold. It's not a walking cane. So yeah, I would yell at him saying, "Please don't grab that. That's not a viable walking stick." And we also overheard them lying to people too, saying they were manually entering credit cards because they lied saying they couldn't get a card reader and it broke the first day, but they never had.
I heard him tell a lady that.
Yeah,
Our card reader
they
broke.
never had a card reader. They were manually entering credit cards on PayPal and sending invoices to themselves. So they were cheating the system. It was stupid. It was stupid. I'm sorry. They literally had garbage. They bought things off of Wish and Alibaba. Like cheap shit. Dollar store cheap shit. Threw it into the cheapest like paper bags you've ever seen. These bags were so tissue thin. When they opened half of them, they ripped. Like that's how thin these bags were, which I'm like, I've seen paper bags. If you're buying the ones that are this so skinny and thin, they're like less than a penny per bag. Then these bags like probably cost like 5 bags per penny, and you got them for like $30 for like 10,000 kind of bullshit. Cause I remember when we were there the first day, he said he filled like, I think 300 bags is what I heard. He didn't sell all of them, but even if he only sold like 150, that's still a ton of fucking money. Because each bag was $50 each. So, like, right there. So, I mean, if you want to do basic math, 50 times 100, that's $5,000.
Gosh.
3 zeros. Yeah, that's a
Yeah.
minimum.
Oh, he made his money. That's for sure.
And then he did start lowering the prices of the last day, the last hours, because he was trying to sell them. But he didn't lower them that much. It was like 45, then 40. I think the lowest I heard was like maybe 30. But that was like the last like 10 minutes of the show. He was trying to sell while we were packing up and closing. Like pretty much everyone already left when we started packing up. He was still trying to sell people. He's like, hey, the 30 if you want one, 30, come on. I said the worst part was like watching families come in from the front door because he was right there at the entrance. And I watched his dad, his mom, the 2 kids. He immediately grabbed them in and said, hey, $50 a grab bag. Oh, we have Demon Slayer and Naruto and Dragon Ball, the popular stuff. Oh, yeah, you want one? And the dad's like, yeah, it's a grab bag. It has a little of everything. You like this stuff, right? Susie and Johnny. And he whipped out $200, like 50, all these money, whip out the money, hands it over to the guy. The guy hands him 4 bags, and they just walk down the aisle past me and past everyone else. I'm like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Yeah, I got overlooked so often by everyone. It just sucked. Like, I remember I was just so mad. That's why I made those videos saying... the first video that went viral was... I was making fun of the meme of the dog. It says... it was a catch, no fetch, no throw, only fetch, and he won't let go of the ball or the frisbee.
Yep.
So I made a video kind of playing on that, saying POV, people browse, no buy. And I just basically filmed behind my table. I just kind of moved my camera back and forth and said, POV, people browse, no buy. And that's the first video that blew up.
Yeet's wares have not been sold.
Yeah, I made a video, and then the worst thing is people were like saying, well, your stuff looks like shit. I said, you do know I filmed behind my table, so the tables in front of me are not my table. It says POV. That means point of view. I'm showing my point of view. I said, my wares are not in the video because I filmed above my table.
Mhm.
I'm like, so you're making fun of the people who were across from me, which, to be fair, they also didn't sell a lot either. I know because I could watch them. They sold rugs. The ones across from them, next to them, had Funkos, and they sold a few, so. But, like, even my neighbor on my left side, she had Funko Pops and plushies and shit. She hardly sold, like, a few of them either. We asked her, they're like, yeah, they did okay, but they didn't make nearly what they should have made. But yeah, that was most of the comments people were saying, like, you know, like, oh, your artwork sucks then, or your merch just sucks. I said, that's not my merch. So I made another video showing my merch, saying, here's my merch, here's my prices, it's affordable. People are coming to my table. I said people would literally, you can ask Ostis, people literally would slingshot to, like, a corner of my table and dig like it was the fucking, like, gold rush of California. They would dig for 20 minutes and then just walk away.
Yep.
And I would sit there going, well, something obviously got your attention because you came. And then, yeah, they made the video showing my neighbor with the disgusting grab bags and showed the giant trash pile. And then that's what that video is still my most popular video on my TikTok account. It blew up really bad. And like I said, that night I tried to reply to most of the comments, and you can ask Osis, I was like so hyper fixated on replying to everyone, I kind of ignored him. I kept saying, oh look, another comment. 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 And like I said, it was like I had to delete a few comments because, again, some were just
I
trolling
told her
me.
all I was trying to do was make more TikToks of her bashing people, and she'd be famous. People love that shit.
Well, and the funny thing is, when I started deleting comments, this one guy kept coming back into the comment feed saying, see, she's deleting comments, she's trying to censor people. And I'm like, no, I'm just tired of your fucking shit. I'm tired of answering your questions, dude. Like, you're not contributing to the conversation. You're just, you're being a dick. I don't need a dick in my I don't need a dick in my comments. Like, get the fuck out of here. Fuck you. And like I said, I tried to explain to people, like, I had answers. So when I finally got home, I made a video explaining because people ask the same questions over and over and over again. They're like, why didn't you find staff? Why didn't you confront him? Why didn't you ask him to stop doing stuff? Why didn't you just simply take shit? Why didn't you do XYZ? And I explained, saying, like, first thing was, we didn't know where staff was. I literally had no idea where staff was. When we checked in, their table was so makeshift. We went to the front of the hall, and they're like, what are you doing up here? I'm like, I don't know, where's the artist alley check-in? They're like, oh, that's in the hallway behind you. We're like, well, we just came from there. We didn't see anyone. They're like, oh, it's in the far left corner with no fucking signage. And a fucking plastic table with a couple of chairs, a bunch of, like, dude bros going, oh, you're here for the con? What's your name? Here's your badge. Okay. You know where your table is? I think so. Okay. They had no permanent location anywhere, so I didn't know where I'd find staff. And two, I don't like confronting my neighbors. Like, I don't mind being nice and talking to people, but I don't know these people that well, and plus we're from out of town, so why the fuck would I confront this jerk, you know? And three, my lovely boyfriend here, Osis, I asked him to confront them.
I'm not gonna fight people for you.
I didn't say fight! I was hoping you would have at least, like, yelled at him.
To do what? To move their stuff in their space?
I told you to kick their shit several times. We should have stolen that plushie, you know that, right?
Yeah, well, I'm not. No, because then that's karma points.
No, we should have stolen it. It was.
I need all the karma points I can get.
It was in our spot legally. We could have taken it. Don't forget they buried her back in the trash heap. It was Lily.
Right.
Lily. It was a Sanrio plush too.
Oh.
It was a Kurame.
Kurame.
Yeah, they literally threw it on the floor, and when we came in on Sunday, it was in my booth space. Like, it was sitting underneath my table, and I was like, I took a picture and I posted it in the chats, and I was like, should I just keep it? And it's like, I mean, they didn't seem to know what their own merch was. And no, I'm not recommending to steal shit. I'm just saying it was in my space. So I mean,
Mm-hmm.
but we were nice. We moved it back to their space, and then eventually they threw it back in their fucking trash heap. The freaking trash monster absorbed it.
And
I know. I was like, God damn it! I
you
could have
have
got.
just kept them.
I
Kept
could
the
have gotten a
close
free
to them.
Kurume plush, but no.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, the only worst part was their pile of garbage they threw in the middle of their booth was just so disgusting. Because we found
Gross.
out, we kind of learned because some of their garbage would spill over to my side. Um, all their figurines were bootlegs.
Yep.
It had Chinese
Yes.
lettering on it. That's why they had a garbage pile, because they were opening up all the figurine boxes and they were throwing the boxes into the middle and putting the figurines out on display. Because I mean, if you know the Supersonico girl, the pink haired girl, they had a figurine of her like front and center on the corner of their table. She was naked with huge gazonkers, nipples out and all, not even covered
Why?
up. That's how I knew it was a
Bruh.
bootleg. Yeah, I knew it was a bootleg because I've seen Supersonico figurines, and while she does have big breasts, they never show her nipples. That's like a no-no for those kind of. Japanese do not like that kind of stuff unless it's like a super expensive figurine. But she was on display, so she wasn't a. And I'm like, this is obviously a bootleg slash garage kit thing. But the funny thing is, again, this was supposed to be a family show, and her nipples were out. Dude, she was naked. She was point blank naked with boobies and nipples, everything. Yeah.
Gross.
I should have bought it.
God.
Would you want to give that man any more of your money?
No,
No.
that's the only reason I didn't buy it.
Yeah, I know.
was
I
not
didn't
about
like
to give
him.
that man any money.
I bought from other people. I bought the Hey, I'm so proud I found the T-shirt from the BattleBots people that were there.
BattleBots?
Yeah, I remember the original BattleBots people made those like robots that fight. And
Yes, I
they have the arena in Vegas there, and they actually had a booth there at that convention. I bought one of their T-shirts.
could have qualified for BattleBots.
Ooh, nice. Yeah, I got a shirt with all the current BattleBots on it, so it's kind of neat. They had a periodic table shirt of all the robots, but the font was so small you could barely see which robot was each element.
I basically
Hi, Furby.
upgraded a lawnmower.
Nice. It's funny because like we have ID Discovery or whatever on my TV, so we've watched a little bit of BattleBots. It's fun. I will admit though, like it's kind of boiled down now to two different categories for the BattleBots. One is just spinner, and it's like flippers. That's kind of it. That's pretty much
spinner
all
and
it is.
flipper. That's all it is now.
Either you're hugging the ground so tight you have no space between you and the ground, or B, you're so big and bulky and you're gonna fucking murder them with your like chainsaws or flamethrowers and shit. Like you're the tank or you're the speed demon, you're the rogue.
Oh yeah, I went the tank variety with literal a lawnmower that just sits on someone.
Yeah, it's funny because we've watched a few of the unique robots, like the centipede one, the one, which we watched it when it first debuted, and it was funny because like it was apparently the longest BattleBot to date, and it almost worked, but the problem is it was just so flimsy that it didn't like a cobra. It went around the other robot, but then it couldn't do anything. That's all it did. It just wrapped around him, so it was like wasn't really entertaining to watch, and then it got shredded by everything. Or the one with the giant pinwheel legs. I forget that one's name, but that one was just like they always took out its leg because the legs are like made out of carbon fiber or the PVC, and you would watch them just cut those things like butter, and then it was immobilized. I'm like, why would you make your robot so tall and stupid? Like that's going to be its weak point.
Because BattleBots go off of damage.
They go off. Well, they have changed some of the stuff recently because they said that was an issue. Was now it's time, how aggressive you are, and damage. So
it used to be just damage.
Yeah, they changed it now because now it's how long you last if you're not immobilized, and then 2, are you the aggressor or the aggressee? So like you have to show you have to actually attack them. I think in the current season right now, you have to keep attacking. You can't just stop attacking because they used to stop when the bot was like not moving. They'd be courteous. They're like no, you have to keep attacking. If you don't keep attacking, you'll lose points. So
yeah, I like the old format where you could just brutalize someone and then victory.
Oh, I understand that. Yeah, I think it's they changed it because, like I said, the games were ending way too fast, and then it became a game of speed of who would attack first, and then that would be it, game over. So they kind of also want different robots too. Like I said, they were going down to just 2 types of robots anymore, and they're like, yeah, we kind of want to see variety, because it's just like Pokemon, where at a certain point with even Pokemon competitive, you have the same problem where everyone's the exact same team. It's like I don't want to see the same 6 Pokemon competing. It's boring. But like I said, I haven't watched it in a while.
Okay, we need to finish this.
I'm
because
sorry.
otherwise
I'm sorry. Yeah.
It's
sorry.
it's almost 4:30 a.m.
I'm sorry. I was talking about BattleBots. I'm sorry.
It's valid.
The
I
robot
love
got distracted. Okay. I will try to stream tomorrow night. I'll try it after we do dinner hostess. I'll try to stream. I'll actually draw.
You have time for me? That's so weird.
I'm sorry. I was gonna roleplay with Rowan, then he fucked me over with this shit. So.
Good night, everyone.
Okay.
Good night. Have a good night.
And
I'm
Mr.
just messing with you.
I know you are.